Good evening, everyone. I'm your host, Jason Myles, and welcome to another episode of Beyond the Red Zone, the sports show that we do here on TIR. If you are new to this and you're saying this isn't usually what I see on This Is Revolution, well, you must be very new to This Is Revolution, as we have a few shows that we do here on the channel. This is one of my favorite. It is a sports program from a left perspective that I get to do with my co-host, sports extraordinaire, Mac.
What up, everybody?
You know, since it's our first basketball show and because of scheduling, we can never do these things when everyone else does their basketball shows, and we'll have to do it like right in the thick of Final Four and whatnot. Luckily, we know a few people that are very knowledgeable in the sport of basketball, and I thought to contact two of those people. One of them has been my good friend for, I think it's been about 30 years.
I hope I have a friend like that sometime, Jason. Like, I think you might be my longest tenured friend. So, like, most of my buddies in the army are like, you are what now? A communist? Oh, we can't talk anymore.
Give me the hot dog back, as a matter of fact. Please welcome my very good friend. He is one of the coaches at Oakland High School, Coach Will. What's going on, Coach?
It's that time of year.
So last year, you won the state championship.
Yes, we did.
Which I definitely announced on TIR that Coach Will is a state champion. This year, you guys made it to the playoffs, and what happened?
We lost a lot of guys from last year's team, but we made it back to the state playoffs and got all the way to the Northern California Championships and lost to go to the state championship game. So one game away.
Damn.
Really, Coach, you cannot shake your dick at that when you lose a lot of like veteran leadership from the year before, and you're like, all right, all you kids got to step up, and the kids are just like, yeah, Coach, we will. Their voice is still cracking, and
they're high school teenagers regardless, so you never know what you're going to get day to day. Out of our 9 losses this year, we lost 4 times to Oakland Tech, who ended up winning the state championship. So
that's fair. And it's a rivalry.
Yeah, it's a weird rivalry because it's like we're not a geographical rival.
No.
We're only rivals because we've both been good for the past 6-7 years.
And you're the only schools in the city with Oakland in the name.
Yep.
There you go. That's why it's real. That's the real reason why. And also,
feuding over who gets to carry Oakland forward.
Yeah. And Tech is in a better part of town.
I was gonna say they're gonna be the Nobi whatever soon.
The Nobi. Not allowed to say Nobi. And also, once my computer, there we go, coming in from Woke Bros, sports journalist, the Big Waz.
What up, man? What's going on?
What's going on?
I'm a journalist now. I love hearing that. What's going on, fellas? Will, Mac, man, nice to be on with y'all.
What's up?
Okay, I want to ask the first question. I want to get it out. Is Caitlin Clark the greatest college basketball player of all time? I'm being serious.
It's probably. I mean, I've never seen Cheryl Miller play. I think the only other player in my mind that comes to mind is Diana Taurasi, to be honest. I think that's who she's kind of chasing on both levels is, because Diana Taurasi wasn't on some like some punk ass team where she was the be all and end all. Like she played on UConn and they beat everybody by 40. And so like the context is so different.
Mhm.
And obviously Iowa's good. They're just not as dominant as those UConn teams. So it's hard to compare what the players were doing. But in terms of what she's going to do on the next level,
Mhm.
she definitely chasing Taurasi.
Yeah. Wiles, I'm 100% with you. I mean, honestly, right now, I would say that Clark is hands down, the best college player to ever put sneakers on.
Yeah.
It's just I don't know. I mean, she's doing something that a lot of players can only do for small snippets of time, and that's get eyeballs on women's college basketball.
Yeah.
Hell
And
yeah.
and I'm not even talking like kind of like the freak factor, and I don't mean that like a negative way, but like she's so good we have to see her. People are getting invested
In the
in
story. Yeah.
yeah, and in the games now. Like women, ESPN put out the women's game drew in like 36% more viewers over last season. And
Wow.
whereas the men's growth has literally been stagnant over the last 5.
Do you think it's because NIL plays more of a role in men's sports and there's so much transferring with players? Or you think that has nothing to do with it?
That sounds like is Saban behind you? Is he pointing a gun at you off screen? Saban,
I think
Jason
I don't
blink
think it's
twice if you're okay.
NIL. I honestly think that it's the guys don't stay as long. And so the teams are not really teams. Oftentimes they're just a collection of individuals. And what you're seeing in the women's game is that because the WNBA has this 3-year rule, these girls have to play up until at least their junior year. So Caitlin Clark would have probably been the number 1 pick last year. She had to come back again. That rule doesn't exist in the men's game. If the best men's players had to be in college for 3 years, that sport would be like what we grew up with. It'd be like, Grant Hill and them. It'd be like UNLV. It'd be like that if you actually had 21-year-olds who have been playing together for 3 years on the court together. Instead, you just get these 19, 18-year-old kids who parachute in until it's time for them to get the hell up out of there.
Will, did you want to add to that?
Well, I forget where I read it, but the top women actually make more in NIL than the top men's.
Really?
But it's not but it's not usually basketball. It's usually like gymnastics.
No, like we're talking actual basketball.
Oh, you're talking about the women? Oh, I wouldn't know.
Like
Maybe
Paige Bikers coming into UConn had 5-6 million followers on Instagram as a high school junior.
Yeah,
and know she's going to be at where she's going to be at for 3-4 years. So it's a safer investment. Like the little girls buying stuff is like the new market. So like even with my guys, I'll hear them talking about shoes and they'll bring up like the Sabrinas.
Really?
It's not like that's a girl shoe. It's like the Sabrinas, like they're low cut like the KDs, but they're more comfortable. Blah blah blah. So it's a different. It's different.
It sounds like women's basketball.
I think what we're gonna.
I was gonna say it sounds like women's basketball's finally done what I said would have to happen for it to be having some sort of legitimacy in kind of the or the casual sports fans world, which is for people to stop looking at it as a novelty.
Yeah.
And so do you think Caitlin Clark is part of this women's sports as a novelty, or do you think some of this has to do with the fact that so many parents are invested at the AAU level with women's sports as well?
I think a lot of different things play into it, but it also helps that who was it that one of the announcers called the women's players like nappy headed hoes that one game on the podcast. Now you have like guard white girls that are some of the best players, and that's just more marketable. I mean, you look at your Larry Bird and Jason Williams. It's like if you have a white guy that can kind of do what the black players do, the media is going to kind of gravitate.
Let me ask you. I want to ask you guys about that. That's a very interesting point you bring up, Will. And I didn't know how I wanted to shoehorn that question in as well. And I think that has to do with some of the sports training in these facilities for these young girls to be playing sports year round. We're seeing a lot more white women in basketball doing extremely well, again, the days of the nappy-headed hoes. I don't know if they're totally gone, but that Don Imus comment definitely stays in
No.
2005.
Angel Reese is a villain,
Yeah.
whereas
Yeah. That
Caitlin Clark, who talks so much trash, is like saving basketball.
But is that one of the things? So when you mention Jason Williams and Larry Bird, two kind of these super white people in the eyes of even contemporary media, Jason Williams has this revival of his career that is very curious because he was a turnover machine.
Actually, he wasn't.
Will.
He led the league in assist to turnovers like 3 straight years.
How deep in his career did that happen?
No, that happened when he was in Sacramento.
His last year in Sacramento, and then his first couple years in Memphis.
William. Are you going to look me in the eye and tell me you are a Jason Williams fan?
I love Jason Williams. Jason Williams is the epitome of the Asian rapper who doesn't want to be known as an Asian rapper, but keeps being referred to as an Asian rapper.
I will give you that. But Jason Williams got traded for Mike Bibby.
Yeah, and things took off.
Yeah, so
that's a fact. I think, but to you guys' point, I've been having this conversation with my buddies in media for a while. I think part of what did initially bring people into the Caitlin Clark thing was the race war element. And I know like sometimes sports can get nasty and tribalistic that way, but I think that's what gets people going. It is this little white girl against all of these great black players, and it's this fake David and Goliath. And people are moved by it. And oftentimes, I don't even think it needs to be black and white. Yeah. Like when Floyd would fight Mexican cats every Cinco de Mayo, people got into that too. Like it doesn't even, like they like that cultural clash component. I think this year, the interest has transcended that initial sort of spark. But I think honestly, the NBA kind of suffers from not having that anymore, where all the white guys are freaking Europeans.
That was a problem.
They're not dudes from Kansas. Honestly,
do you remember that when all the Euros started coming into the NBA, and the white players were no longer white Americans? I remember there were old white players that were like, "There's not enough white Americans in the game," and soon after you start getting kind of the respectability politics about these guys sagging their pants and Allen Iverson and tattoos,
right?
Yeah.
And by the way, and Popovich was like, "Yo, I like European players because they didn't grow up in the AAU corruption system, blah blah blah." Like there was a lot of that, but I don't think white fans connect with dudes from Yugoslavia. I just don't. In the way that they might a Jimmer Fredette or a Psycho T or some of those guys. Like I think the NBA not having that component as much.
And Waz, let's face it, bro. Let's face it, Waz. The guys you talk about, the ones that like white, either casual fans or fans kind of glom onto when they're in school. What did they do? They spent 4 years in college because they knew they weren't going to be worth a shit in the pros. Jimmer Fredette's game did not translate well to the NBA. So where did he go? He went to China. Dude went to China for like 4 years.
I don't know how much you guys watch the Pacers. Sorry to cut you off, but
Will's a massive Pacers fan. That's his favorite thing since he was a kid.
I went to a Pacers game, and there were a bunch of Pacers fans, and every single time TJ McConnell tied his shoes correctly, they went absolutely fucking bananas. Okay, it's not a cliche. It is a cliche, but it's facts. Like that dude is a crowd favorite for the Pacers. He's probably the 8th or 7th best player.
Yeah, he's not even like in their main rotation.
He's getting garbage minutes when Indiana is up by 20.
So just imagine TJ McConnell was as good, as Caitlin Clark is right now, and as charismatic as she is. Like I think the interest would be off the chain for it, honestly.
I mean, you got a kid in, I think he's from Maine. His name is Cooper.
Cooper Bragg or whatever.
Bragg. Like he's a legit good player. He's either number 1 or number 2 in his class, depending on who you ask. And similar to your Caitlin Clark's, like huge buzz on social media, followers and all that type of stuff. And the real basketball heads are fans. But when he gets to college, it's going to be a different fan that's going to kind of push his popularity. And if he doesn't make it in the NBA, they're going to look for another one.
Do you think, and then we can move on to the NBA. Do you think Caitlin Clark's popularity is going to have the women's Final Four for the first time in a long time, if ever, have some crazy numbers, maybe better than the men's?
Well, here's another thing about that, and I wish I had these facts in front of me, so I'm not just talking out of my ass. But from what I understand, the women's tournament does equal or better than the men's tournament, but because of how they structured the language of the contract, it's just NCAA tournament. So how they allot the credit of ratings is really like swayed to try to push money into the men's game.
Yeah. For a while, what's her name? The page that you just mentioned. She said that at a press conference. Her first NCAA tournament, they weren't allowed to call what they were doing March Madness.
Wow.
But I guess evidently that's changed.
Yeah. No. These girls that have come in with 10 million followers and a voice, and I love how they speak up. I love how they push the game, and I love how they challenge the narrative. And it's like, what are you going to do? Kick me out of college? Not only am I making money for you, I'm obligated to be here for X amount of years. So my popularity is only going to grow. And if I don't become a good WNBA player, no one watches the WNBA anyways. But people watch women's college basketball.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be funny when we get the women's player that challenges the 3-year rule, because it's going to happen eventually, right? We've already seen.
It'll only happen if the WNBA can pay more than they can pay. They're making more money in college than they are if they go pro, unless they go overseas. So there's an incentive for them to stay in college.
But I mean, right now we're seeing, you're right. People aren't watching the WNBA the way they're watching women's college basketball. But I really think the Aces are changing that narrative kind of quite a bit, even though Mark Davis totally fucked up their uniforms and making them silver and black, just like the fucking Raiders. But
I mean, he wouldn't be the first owner to do that.
Well, but when you look at the Aces, like their unis last year had like dice and like the sparkles from like the Vegas sign on it, and it's literally just a flat white and black jersey with
that's kind of whack.
Silver lettering.
Well, the Raiders shit. I know you haven't been at the fucking Vegas airport. I remember last time I flew into Vegas, before the Raiders even moved there, they were selling the Raiders merch. And I know you've been to Vegas recently, Will, and you see that Raiders merch, and there's like dice on the side of the Raiders hats. that for me is a whole different Oakland. I'm like, oh, the Oakland. I'm like, oh, it's the Oakland. I see that. I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh yeah, Vegas. I forgot.
That's funny. I will say this though, about girls going to the WNBA. Caitlin Clark is going to keep her bread that she's making right now on the sponsorship side, even when she goes to the WNBA. All of her partners are going to want to still be in business with her, even when she's in the WNBA next year. I don't know that will be the case for everybody who's getting the dope NIL deal in college. And whether, if they try to skip over, if their partnerships will also transfer. But Caitlin Clark specifically, all of her brand deals are going to stay locked in. The freaking corporations are locked in with her.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like Livy Dunn, the gymnast from LSU. Like, she knows, she essentially just stays in school for the shot to maybe make an Olympic team as an alternate. Because, like, let's face it, she's not Simone Biles. And I'm not trying to knock her athleticism or what she's able to do, but she's not like an Olympic international superstar, right? But what she is a beautiful, like, she's always got her makeup done up, always got the nails done, crazy sponsorship money, and tens of millions of followers on every social media platform.
Who's the thick ass gymnast from UCLA?
That hasn't come up on my algorithm. You got to put me
You
on
got to fix your
game.
algorithm. There's somebody over there. Like, Jesus Christ. This feed needs to stop looking at this. And threw the phone down and just walked away.
So, you know what's so crazy too is that it was only like a couple of years ago that New York Times put out an article that yes, NIL has come to women's sports, but it was the gymnasts and cheerleaders who were reaping the most benefits.
Really?
It wasn't these high visibility sports. It was the girls that had the biggest social media followings and, might I add, were the most quote unquote conventionally hot. It was like that same hierarchy had sort of invaded sports on the women's side. But that's not to say that Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark aren't beautiful women. But before this sort of wave that's been happening around those girls, it was athletes in non-revenue sports that were getting the dope sponsorship deals. And quite frankly, it was like hot chicks.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. We're in the middle of like a big championship season, right? We have basketball. You also have the indoor Olympic sports, right? I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but Brock Lesnar's kid is a national champion in shot put. You wouldn't know it, and you want to know why? Because she looks just like her fucking dad. Okay. I'm talking the traps, the shoulders, the face, everything. And right, I only came across it because on the NCAA website, they put individual pictures up of like, the athlete in their final event, right? Like doing whatever they're doing, right? So they got her in this horrible, like she's got the shot put up under the chin, like, and she's in her twist. So it's the most unflattering picture ever, right? But then you look at her, you're like, God damn, they literally just like copy pasted.
They look like twins.
Yeah, it's like Sable was not involved other than just carrying this child to term. Like there was none of her DNA in this child.
Well, before we start, I don't want Brock Lesnar to come tapping me on the shoulder.
This is Sable's kid too?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's
amazing. That is amazing.
And dude, Waz, all his kids, and he's got like 3 girls, all look like him.
Strong ass genes, strong ass man, strong ass genes.
Yeah. I got that.
He's got to be like Nordic or something.
That's his whole shtick. Was like he's like, I'm Swedish and I live where all the Swedes live in Minnesota.
Okay, guys.
Oh, he lives up north.
He's like, I'm an actual living, breathing Viking. That's his whole thing. Got you.
He's also an actual living, breathing dude who's being completely erased from WWE because he was Vince McMahon's number 2. And all the sex trafficking and rape that happened that got him to step down.
Oh, doo-doo time. He was on doo-doo time, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Raw boo-boo.
Man, what a way to go out.
Man. Do you remember the raw boo-boo clip?
Raw boo-boo.
Raw boo-boo. So, okay, now we got to talk NBA. And Max, since you are the lone Cleveland fan here, talk to us about the Cavs, Mac.
I'm excited. We got Mitchell's coming back after missing 7 games. And you got to think, and Waz can back me up, at the trade deadline, what it was everybody writing, dude, when are the Cavs going to get rid of Mitchell? Right? They're like, they got to spin him. They got to spin him. And I'm like, why? Cavs were in 5th in the East going into the All-Star break. And they're 2nd now. Right? Like Donovan Mitchell is a agent of change on this team. And on top of that, you get oh my gosh, how am I forgetting his name? I love him. Jared Allen came back. Mobley came back. And those
Garland
came back. And Garland I love, right? When it came down to Sexton and Garland, I was kind of torn because I really liked Colin Sexton. I think he got kind of a raw deal being drafted where he was kind of in those like really down Cleveland years. And then, you have a talent like Garland waiting the following season. And I mean, I get it. You want to try and make both of them kind of mesh, but I thought the trade was good to get him out to Utah. And like, this is a good baby Cavs team. Last year was kind of like a whiplash, like, oh my God, we made the playoffs. And then you come across this Knicks team that, like it or not, there's some talent there. And they played hard and they just showed the Cavs, this is how you have to play in the playoffs, So I think compared to last season and how it ended going into this season, I think Cleveland is in a much better position to make a run. Because I mean, you guys can disagree with me. Milwaukee does not look as powerful or as it looks like one of those top heavy teams, right? Where they sacrifice some depth to get Dame in there, and I love Dame, but like I think that they were probably more well rounded, being a deeper team and able to get some of their stars off the floor, get him the breather that they're more than they're able to do now. But like I think the East is wide open, man, and I think the Cavs could potentially, depending on if they keep playing the ball that they have been and getting Mitchell back and having Allen and Mobley really round out and get back to where they were before the injuries. Like I like Cleveland's chances, man. I love Cleveland. Go Cavs.
So the Cavs are like a fascinating team for me because, as Mac knows, Garland, they didn't start the season like gangbusters. They actually struggled out the gate. And then Garland and Evan Mobley went down, and I assumed the season was over.
Yeah, dude, that was me and you.
I assumed they were gonna go into the tank. Then they ripped off something like 17 and 3 record or something crazy. And what happened is that the lineup sort of got unlocked, right? With Mobley and Allen, when you start those two bigs, two guys that don't particularly shoot it well, you sort of gum up the works and clog up the lanes. And once Mobley was out, they could just play around Donovan Mitchell's dynamism on pick and roll and spread people out with shooters. Like nobody else gets to dribble the ball. Mitchell's going to do what he does in pick and roll, and he's going to be able to spray it out to shooters when he's not creating for himself. And the offense just clicked. And they ended up having just an incredible stretch that way. And then when the guys have come back, they've managed to fit them back in pretty seamlessly, right? Like I quite foolishly picked them to kick the Knicks' ass in the first round last year, and they got bullied, right? The Knicks just kind of like beat them up on the boards and just out physicaled them. And Jared Allen looked like a fucking pumpkin. It was just bad. But I wonder what the matchup would be like this year. The Knicks are actually much better. They've had a talent upgrade, obviously, when they brought in OG Anunoby and what they've done to sort of change the team around. But yeah, I'm really impressed by what the kind of season the Cavs have had, because I'm telling you, man, when they were struggling, I was like, oh yeah, this is over. Like 2 of your 3 best players are gone. How are you going to salvage this? And they did.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably the best coaching I've seen for the Cavs since like Fratello, the early Fratello years. Right?
What do you say, Will?
I only started watching NBA about 6 days ago. I've been a Bucks fan for the past 2 months or so.
Love that.
So I've watched, I think, 3 Bucks games. But realistically, I mean, talking about the Bucks, talking about the Cavs, even talking about the Knicks, the NBA is a wing league.
Yeah.
The Bucks don't have a productive wing that's consistent.
Yeah.
The Cavs don't necessarily have that guy, a 6'6", 6'7" guy that can play off guard 2 or 3 positions, can attack closeouts. And then the Knicks are the Knicks. They're a Tibbs team. So, hopefully all those guys.
You're gonna bite your ankles.
Yeah. And if you don't bite the ankles, just go ahead and throw the clothesline. Just do it. Somebody go out there.
They're all getting worn down already. Like guys are hurt and guys are playing minutes, and that's kind of been Thibodeau's MO ever since he's been a head coach. So, but yeah.
We have a super chat here. Thank you, Virtuoso. Since you're on the subject of this, the NBA, are you guys done with the 90s like these whippersnappers? By the way, fuck these kids.
Like when I actually, somebody I was with on Sunday was like, yo, my son was showing me this shit on Twitter where they're trying to say MJ didn't have a left hand and was playing against mechanics the whole time. And saying, like we're way too nostalgic for the 90s and need to get over it, X, Y, and Z. And I'm just like, man, like the generational divide, like the idea that I would be 37 one day and looking at teenagers like some of the biggest pieces of shit on planet Earth is just kind of hilarious. I never thought that I could get there, but it's funny how that goes, man. Like where I'm just like, man, I could have seen myself as a young teenager shithead saying stupid stuff about what Magic and Bird and them were doing, like easily trying to dismiss that stuff, in favor of Sharif Abdur-Rahim.
So this is how I feel about it, and I equate it to hip hop, right?
I was going to say the same thing. Go for it.
2024, and you go back to 1990. That's 30 years, right? Yeah. So if we take Jordan's prime in 1994 and rewind 30 years from there, we're talking 1964. And I for sure was laughing at those Bob Cousy highlights. Going in a circle with his right hand trying to go left. The game has changed. I think it's hilarious. I think there's grains of truth in everything those guys are saying, because you ask the Pistons, the whole, defense they came up with for Jordan was to not let him get to his right.
Yeah, I mean, this is what kills me most.
It's how they exaggerate it for TikTok clips and stuff, but like there's a grain of truth to some of the stuff.
I mean, the thing is, it's like whenever I hear and was like, I saw the same shit. I saw like the same threads, right? Like, yo, Jordan played in a league where there were 20 teams, right? When I was coming up, right, it was shitting on Bill Russell.
Yeah,
like his championships can't really matter. He played an 8-team league.
Yeah.
Against plumbers and shit. I'm like, can you imagine? But those 8 teams were filled up with like the creme de la creme of the college game.
The talent was more concentrated, for
right?
sure.
And see, the thing is what happens when we start expanding? What do people start popping off with? Well, the talent's diluted. No, it's not, because where do we start going to get players? Europe, right? Yeah. Right. We started seeing the Euro leagues like really just producing the talent, and let's face it, Jersey did it first when they got what's his name?
Drazen Petrovic.
Yeah, Petrovic. Mm-hmm. Remember, he was the first big one, and then we saw Detlef Schrempf, and then we saw
Sabonis. But those guys, I think Drazen was one that was a slightly younger, right? Because some of those guys were really old.
Older, yeah. Sabonis was old by the time he got to the league. Like, he was injury riddled, but he was such a skilled guy. He could still make an impact. I just think two things can be true. The Dale Davis could not make an all-star team like he did in the 90s in today's NBA. Like, there's no world in which that kind of player is an all-star. I think this is the highest level of talent collectively the league has ever had. That being said, Michael Jordan was fucking different. like, it's just true. Like, it's just true. And by any metric that we, traditionally say, these are individual ways to measure a guy's greatness, MVPs, spearheading championships. Like, he's just been better than what LeBron has done. By the way, LeBron, there's nobody with a better case, in my opinion, as far as second best player that's ever lived. I think that's not too shabby of a freaking accomplishment. That the worst thing somebody could say about your career is that it's not Michael Jordan's. That's the critique. Like, you're not Jordan.
Yeah.
Like it's fine.
I love LeBron in his game. But like, I hate seeing the comparisons between him and Jordan, because one, they played in 2 entirely different leagues, man. And like, the only argument that I could honestly put forth to say LeBron was better is he's done it longer.
Sure.
Right? He's done it longer. I'm not going to say Jordan couldn't have done what he did for 20 straight years. Jordan just got caught up with all the shit with his dad, and he's an inveterate gambler. Like, honestly, that will interfere with your ability to stay on track.
He had bigger fish to fry.
Right.
Will, what say you about this? I know you have to have some of these conversations with you. Deal with teenagers.
Going to the Dale Davis thing. If you take him and move him to this era in a vacuum, he would not be very good. But if you take him at age 12 years old into today's game, and he's learning how to dribble and shoot and going through the whole system, he'd be fine. So I think it's really hard to compare eras if you kind of take Bill Russell in a vacuum at 212 pounds and plop him, in front of Jokic. But with his athleticism, if you take him and he's got the training and he's got, all access to gyms and all this type of stuff, he'd be fine.
He's not dealing with pre-civil rights racism.
Yeah, so like even with the whole Jordan thing, could Jordan have played in this era? I don't think he would score 40 a game like everyone says, because it's a different style of defense. I think
defenses are very sophisticated.
He would probably be averaging close to 11 to 12 assists because he can get to the basket anytime he wants.
Yeah.
Help. They're going to pre-rotate and he's going to pass because he's a winner. So he's going to make the play to win,
Yeah.
Even the whole LeBron Jordan thing, people give LeBron all that crap for passing the ball. Jordan has more game-winning assists in the playoffs than he does game-winning shots. But the ESPN machine doesn't like telling that story because it's, LeBron doesn't have the killer gene or whatever it is, but it's like, it's basketball.
Like, how can you say that with
like
a straight face about when you get to a certain level of athletics, you have the killer gene. You know what I mean? Like, you got to a certain level and you've been there for a long time.
Just imagine if against the Phoenix Suns, when Jordan took the ball, passed it to Paxson, who gave it to Pippen, who gave it to Grant, who gave it to Paxson to hit the game-winning shot. If LeBron does that, he's done. He ran away from the ball. He didn't even make the assist. He didn't take the shot. He was scared of the moment. But it's Jordan now, whatever.
Yeah, I think that clutch gene thing was a contrivance to drive ratings.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody who when you're being taught the game by any of your coaches at every single level, you're taught to get the best possible shot, whatever that may be. Sometimes LeBron might have been able to create an incredible advantage, and by all means, he should take that shot. But a lot of the shots that he was creating for his teammates in the times that he was getting killed for it were amazing, wide open looks for professional players.
And he's got the third highest shooting percentage in clutch metrics of all time. But
and I think, by the way, I will say this though, as somebody who my whole life has been a bit of a LeBron apologist. I think
I thank you for that, Waz. I thank you for that.
I think there was a line of demarcation after 2011. I do think he became a better big moment player. I think he got smarter about the spots he wanted to pick. I think he got smarter about how defenses were trying to attack him. I think he just got smarter about these high leverage situations as his career went on. I do think he became a better clutch player, which is not to say that he was terrible in the clutch before that.
I want to ask you guys another question.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you say that it had more to do with him growing up and just, how it is? Like he's a physical phenom, right? Even to this day, right? Wouldn't you say that? I mean, he came into the league at 18 years old where he can get away with just being talented. Like he could do that. As an 18-year-old kid, he was bullying NBA players, right? Now, I love what you said because I think he just got older and learned the game a little more, like the ins and outs of it. Because at St. Vincent St. Mary in Akron, Ohio, you don't have to really know it when you have a player like LeBron. You just go out there and play ball. But when you get to the NBA, like there's nuance. And like you said, our offenses and defenses have only gotten more complicated and more sophisticated, when we get into this phase of the NBA and the game we know and love now. So when people are like, well, he's not clutch, I'm like, before you even finish that statement, if I hear he doesn't have that dog in him, I will fucking punch through your skull and rip out like your whole brain because I hate it.
Okay, look. And I want to hear what Will thinks about this, because I think what LeBron suffered from before is that he would let great be the enemy of perfect. So because LeBron had such a great understanding of what the perfect outcome was, a lot of times back in the days, he would let that conception of perfect dictate what he was trying to do. Whereas I think as he got older, he just been like, yo, if I can get something great or very good, that's a fantastic outcome. I don't need to get a perfect outcome every single time. I don't need to get that perfect shot at the cup. I don't need to create that, that perfect 3-point shot. Like, I think what made it better is just like he didn't need to make the perfect play and would let, very good and great, win the day.
Well, I my I go back with LeBron, right? First time I heard about him, I believe his sophomore year in high school, people were telling me at 6'2", 6'3", he was going to be the best point guard in the NBA.
Wow.
And then he had the otherworldly growth spurt.
Yeah.
But the first time I saw him play on TV was against Oak Hill. And they played this zone because they couldn't guard him, and they just had more talent than LeBron's team. And LeBron surgically dissected that zone. So LeBron, like from everything I've heard, people that have played with him and have coached him, he's just a different dude. Like he's the type of guy, I think they said he has like 5 or 6 TVs at home, all on different games on league.
Yes.
And he can watch all 5 and tell you what's going on, like, and point out on the upper right screen, oh, that was scram switching, and they're not going to do that to me, but if I'm the screener, they're going to do it, and he'll have all that stored in his head. So I agree to a point where, like, the game, he's always thought the game at not even elite, like a prodigious level.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a point where I think he started learning the NBA game instead of just basketball. Meaning, like even now at age, whatever he is, 38, 39, he can do things pretty much anytime he wants, but he knows when not to do things. And I think that just comes from experience. It comes from, similar, timeline to Jordan, where he was playing point guard that year and scored 38, 10, and 7 and didn't make the playoffs or something. And it's like, you know what, maybe I should do less. No more 1-4 flat and taking 40 shots a game, Whereas, if LeBron did that, he'd be Westbrook.
By the way, and thank God Phil Jackson talked him into not doing that, right? It took Phil Jackson to like literally be like, yo, dude, trust me. Like, put some faith in the people around you, and it's going to come out better for all of us. Please, for the love of God, we get it. You're the best player in the NBA, but just trust me. Yeah. It's nice to have Phil fucking Jackson 11 coaching championships. Goddamn, people suck Greg Popovich's dick all day. Phil Jackson kicked his ass in the playoffs every time they played. Damn near,
I'll say this about coaching, especially in basketball, because that's what I'm familiar with. There's a handful of coaches that have survived for, their 12, 15-year careers because they kind of stick with the script of it's a players' league. You got to let your stars be stars, blah, blah, blah. The great players and the great teams have great coaches, and they're willing to coach them. So I love Russell Westbrook. I think he's never been put in a situation where he has a coach that was willing to coach him. They're trying to save their careers, save their contracts. So I just got to let West be West, versus like, I won't mention any current situations. But, there are certain coaches who literally they say the right thing. They're very good at subtly, with deniable plausibility, throw their team under the bus, and they're able to keep getting jobs and keep getting contracts. So a guy like Phil Jackson, when the Lakers played the Celtics after they lost to the Celtics, there was a stretch where he benched Kobe because he was chucking up horrible shots. I think he went like 1 for 9 to start the game. And they can tell Kobe's going to go into Mamba mode and he's going to shoot him out the game. It took a Phil Jackson to have the balls and the power to bench him and then put him back in.
Well, I mean, Coach, I'm going to shout out old Eric Spoelstra, right? Yeah. When Riley stepped into the front office and said, I'm leaving the sideline, and he's like, this is my dude, everybody laughed. Everybody. They're like, Spoelstra will not be able to handle, Bosch and D Wade and LeBron. And even after all these years, LeBron hasn't played for Spoelstra in how long? Ask LeBron who his favorite coach was. Hands down says Eric Spoelstra. And and that's the thing. Like, it goes back to what you were saying.
It was nice that Riley had the cachet. He had the respect of the ownership. Like, that was his fucking team. And he was like, this is my coach. I'm not firing him. Y'all are under contract. Shut up and play.
Yep. I mean, and look at Spo. Like, Spo has, I think, put on a clinic the last probably 5 or 10 years. Yeah, because like Miami is a destination, but they haven't really before Butler came down, right? They weren't really pulling a lot of stars down there. And then when you look at what their front office is doing now, especially when we're talking scouting and drafting and developing players, they do a really good job of that now. So you could plug in a guy like Butler, right? Who we know plays with his heart on his sleeve. Like, Jesus Christ, if Jimmy's in a good mood or not the minute he gets to the arena. You're like, Spo's like, all right, Jimmy's got headphones in and he's laughing. Okay. Or it's like Jimmy came in with his hands wrapped, ready to fight somebody. He's like, it's going to be a game tonight, And Spo knows how to. Spo.
Yeah. They almost came to blows. That was great. But at least, but that's to me, that's a marriage of like, that makes sense. Like, Jimmy Butler is clearly a psychopath about working at what he does. Like, he's insane about it, and he expects people to show up with a similar type of work ethic. Like, this is a guy that had to go to some terrible JUCO in Texas. He ended up in Marquette. Like, he scratched his way to everything that he's gotten, and that's a mentality that permeates the whole organization.
Yeah, you look at the whole team.
Exactly. And so, I would encourage people who are watching this to go look up Jeff Teague telling the Jimmy Butler in practice story when he was with the Wolves, where they finished paying Andrew Wiggins and all of these kids all of this money. And Jimmy's like, wait, y'all want to give me an extension? All right. And he just goes berserk. But yeah, man, it takes that type of mentality, though.
I do want to ask this as it's getting close to playoff time, those 8 months of the NBA called the playoffs.
There's only one league with a longer postseason, and that's the NHL.
God, it's just so forever. I am from the Bay Area, as people that watch this show know. I'm a
what?
No
you
shit.
Are you? We would never have
with this
known
Broncos
that,
jacket.
Jason.
You wouldn't know. But I'm a passive basketball fan, as Will tell you. I'm not going to sit here and lie and seem like a passionate Warriors fan. But I do enjoy when the Warriors win. It's been nice to have a championship basketball team in the Bay. Will, I know I asked Waz this, and he gave me all the reasons why the Warriors won't even make the playoffs. Do you think the Warriors make the playoffs, Will? And if so, if they sneak in, can they make a little noise, or are they too old?
I think they will make the playoffs. Will they make noise? I think because of the Warriors, whatever they do will become noise. Will they win multiple series? Who knows? They have Draymond, they have Steph. So they're always going to be in the game. If they get hot at the same time with some of those young kids, they have a chance. But at the same time, we found out this year with Ed Oklahoma, it's like the world doesn't wait. So everyone else is getting better.
Yeah.
Everyone else is, you're getting older, they're getting, better. So if they go, who's the one seed?
Is Clay done? Will Clay Thompson?
Clay could shoot.
Ooh.
So him coming off the bench, I know it kills his soul, but that's the best place for him. Unless he shows his legs can do what he used to do defensively, running off screens, all that type of stuff. He's a great guy to have off the bench and shoot with no conscience.
Yeah,
and he's got coach in today's league. He could be your nominal stretch four, because he's going to be guarding some guy like a Donald Foyle or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, Coach. Like, that's a guy who had 2 devastating injuries
Mm.
back to back.
Mm.
Like you blow out your ACL, and I get it. It's not like it used to be where it was a career ender. Still, it's a devastating injury. And then he tears an Achilles tendon. And I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck who you are. You never come back 100% from that. You just never come back all the way from that. He's a guy, like you said, if you can just put him like on offense, you post him up in a corner, get kickouts and just let him hit the ball, like shoot, do what Clay does, which is he can just put his hands over his eyes and hit it, and you just hear the net, but like, Joey, you're absolutely right. He can't move well anymore. And I don't think he's ever going to be able to, but you can still have a great career just being like Joe Ingles got a fucking $20 million contract. And that's all he does is sit in the corner beyond the 3-point line and hit shots, I don't think
his career.
Yeah, if the Warriors make it in, it's going to be through the play-in tournament, and I just don't see them making a dent. And this is the game now, right? Is you put all your chips in when you get there, that first title, and you keep it going as long as you can. And when the wheels come off, it's okay. We got to strip this down to the studs, and we restart. Now, I think what's going to be the biggest thing for Golden State going forward is that scouting and the development of young talent, because I like Kuminga. I don't think they're using him correctly in Golden State. I do not.
I'm glad you brought that up. a bunch of guys on this Facebook group that I'm in, they're always talking about Steve Kerr's strengths and weaknesses, and I think that Kerr's biggest weakness is he comes from that Popovich and Phil Jackson school of not trusting his youngsters, which is fine if you're going to trade away your Wiseman pick and go get a vet, trade away your Kuminga pick and go get a vet. But you've got them rotting on the bench. And what makes it worse is this year, you've got Kuminga sitting on the bench for 3 years, Moody for 3 years or whatever it is. And then all of a sudden, now you're playing Podzinski and Trace Jackson Davis. So it's like, what happened to waiting your turn? You're playing these 2 rookies, but we're just as good or better, and you're not playing us. But that's when Kuminga kind of had that whole thing like, I don't think they have my best interest in mind. I wanted to get traded.
He had to bully Steve Kerr into giving him minutes, and guess what? It fucking worked. And now he's getting his just due. And you're absolutely right, Will. This whole and I think Kerr on balance is one of the better coaches in the NBA. But if you do talk about his weaknesses, and we were talking about Spo, Kerr is like, yo, I believe in this basketball philosophy. And I need guys that can do the read and react, that can play this beautiful game, egalitarian style, passing, cutting, moving, like a 5'2" player. Every single guy on my team needs to be that kind of guy. Whereas I think a guy like Spoelstra looks at a play and says, what is he good at? I'm going to go out there, define a role for him, and make him go out and perform these functions that he will excel at. Steve Kerr is like, yo, this is the system. Like, you don't understand how to read and react to defenses. You're not playing for me. He's had a really rigid way of looking at how playing time should be doled out. And Kuminga dissing him in the press was the best thing that Kuminga could do for his career, because he's actually become one of their best players, honestly. And there's a bunch of games this year, which is why I don't think they're going to do anything in the playoffs, but it's a good sign. The second best offensive player a lot of games is not Wiggins, is not Clay, it's freaking Kuminga. Sometimes it's even Pods. But like, it's nice to see Kuminga's development happen the way that it had, and it's good that he had to stick up for himself to get there.
Is that development, or is it just opportunity?
Yeah, probably. It is just opportunity. That's fair.
We play a very similar kind of egalitarian, style, but. Part of it is because we don't have the pressure of, hundreds of millions of dollars on our heads. We understand that to play the read and react style, you have to give the kids a chance to fail. Learn, hey, I made the wrong read, so now I can make the right read, versus, oh, he can't make the read, he can't play.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things on our JV level. In the past, when I was coaching the JVs, I had more hands-on. The past couple of years, it's been a little tougher for me because,
because you winning championships.
I love him. He's been with us for a long time, but he doesn't trust the kids to be kids sometimes. So it's like, if they're not going to do this, then I'm taking them out of the game. It's like, well, you know what? I'm okay with these types of turnovers because he's looking to make a play and he's looking to try to make them within our kind of framework. So he's going to turn the ball over. If we have no turnovers, by the time they get to varsity, they're not going to be any good because they're only going to play to not turn it over. And you don't win by not messing up. You win by making plays. So,
and by the way, just because I don't want to be the guy that's killing the dude that's won 5 or 4 freaking championships or whatever Kerr's won. Like, I really do think he knows what he's doing. There's something to what he's been doing in Golden State in terms of making everybody, even though we have Steph Curry, a generation, once in a generation player, leader, personality. We're gonna play a style where everybody feels invested in what we do here on offense, which is what everybody deems to be the most fun. And I think because of that, they've been able to generate high quality defenses, big buy-in from everybody because they feel like they're a part of what's happening on the team. I think there's a logic to playing that way. And I think, quite frankly, you contrast that with somebody like Trae Young, who is this, what they call heliocentric style, where he just dominates possession and he gets no buy-in from his teammates. I bet you nobody likes playing with Trae Young. And I think the rest of their operation suffers for it. So there's a method to what Steve Kerr is trying to do out there, right? But at a certain point, let the young guys fuck up. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing. This goes back to what Jason and I talked about last week. We talked about Belichick, right? Arguably the greatest NFL head coach to ever grace a sideline, right? And I don't give a shit what sport it is. It could be pickleball. If you get so set in your system that you refuse to adapt and change it to put your players, especially young players, in the best positions to succeed, eventually the players are going to tune you out and you will fail. And there's a reason Belichick does not have a job this year. You know, there's a reason for it. Players don't want anything to do with Bill Belichick right now. They don't want part of the Belichick way. They don't want to see him swing and miss picking N'Keal fucking Harry in the first round. But
hey, I liked him coming out of Arizona State.
Okay, yeah, he had one good season. Okay, one. Stop it, Jason. Your Pac-12 homerism is showing.
What's that?
Hold on.
Are you bags? Rest in peace. Rest in peace.
Myles, Jason.
Now you know how I felt. It was a sad occurrence.
Jason, if you don't go hard for the Pac-2 next football season, I'm going to be very upset.
Who is it again? Who is in the Pac-2 again? It's like Washington State.
Hard for the Pac-2.
Oregon State and Wazoo.
Going hard for the Pac-2.
You know, look, I will say this before we're going to stand back. Wait, I know we got a couple more minutes, but I do want to say this. Washington State, since they've been getting all these like crazy ex-Hawaii coaches and June Jones offspring and all this other shit, they've been kind of fun to watch. And they have a quarterback coming out. I can't remember the kid's name. He transferred in there and he actually put up some pretty interesting numbers.
Are you talking about Cam Ward?
Yeah.
He left. He transferred again, didn't he? He went to Miami.
I thought he transferred this last year to Miami. He had a year left.
Yeah, he got a special.
Jesus Christ. He's got to be 30.
My man from Washington is 25 years old.
Yeah.
There's a dude on Montana's basketball team. They're leading scorer. I want to say he's like 27, 28.
Sheesh.
Did you see that shit before y'all go? Did you see that shit where the woman was a coach, a women's basketball coach, and she filled in for some sick player at a tournament?
She didn't fill in for no sick player. No, she played in a JV game.
Oh wait, it was a high school coach.
Yeah, she was the JV, or she was a coach, and she played in a JV.
And she played in the actual JV game. And she thought parents weren't going to realize
She's out there screaming, "Give me the
30
rock!" and just starts
was
throwing
playing.
elbows.
Dude, there's so much crazy stuff in youth sports that you would like. You could fill up like a whole like 6-month mini series on interviews just on
Oh
how
my
crazy
goodness.
grassroots basketball is, man.
Wait, are they really going to play a Pac-2
Well,
next year? What are they
this
doing with
this
the
is
2 teams that didn't get picked?
if you guys don't mind, I'll make this the Cliff's Notes version. Okay,
Yes,
so there
please.
were multiple lawsuits that were filed by Oregon State and Washington State, saying that because all the other teams
They're
left,
the 2 teams that got left out in the cold.
yes, because all the
Okay.
other teams voted to leave, the only 2 teams that were able to speak on behalf of the conference were Oregon State and Washington State, and that also meant the money, right? The shares, as they're called, right? So they were like, we get all the other 14 or all the other 12 team shares to divide up between our 2 schools. So the Washington State Supreme Court said, absolutely, you're correct. So they thought they were going to get literally over 340 million to split between the 2 schools. And then the US Circuit Court out west was like, no, that's not how that's going to work. So they immediately lose all this money, but they get to keep essentially the Pac-12, right? So what they ended up doing was signing a scheduling agreement with the Mountain West, where the Pac-2 will play each other and then play 8 other Mountain West teams, maybe 9, to fill out a 10-game schedule and then have 2 non-conference games, right?
Jeez.
So
This
that's
is so tragic.
but the thing was they're allowed to continue because the NCAA bylaws said that when your conference drops between a certain number of teams, and it's typically 8, depending, right? You have 2 years to get back up to that number. So they have 2 years to essentially flesh out an 8-team Pac-8 if they want.
So are they going to raid the Mountain West, and now we're going to be doing this same thing with the Mountain West?
Of course.
Well, that
San Jose
was
State's Pac-10 champions.
Yeah, that's right. That was the thing though, is that there was talk initially of between the interim Pac-12 commissioner who took over from that fuckstick that just totally dropped the bag and put the Pac-12 into what it is now.
Yeah.
Right, by not having that TV deal.
I remember Larry, whatever his name, was supposed to be a savior.
Larry Scott.
They talked him up like he was, woo boy.
Well,
they did that because
and he blew it.
Yes, he came from the WTA, but it wasn't him that he started the sinking of the Pac-12 ship with the Pac networks, coupled with a cable company. He thought the cable companies who were eager for football would come bending over backwards to get the Pac-12, right? And they didn't. They were like, absolutely fucking not. So the Pac-12 is on the hook for bankrolling these things. And keep in mind, it wasn't the Pac-12 network. It was the Pac-12 networks, plural. So football had its own, basketball had its own, the Olympic sports had its own, baseball had its own. I think they had 2 other ones, right? They built this giant studio and a brand new freaking headquarters. Like the Pac-12 is so far in debt as a conference, not even just the schools, the conference, they're not going to be able to dig themselves out like in our lifetime. I'm not even fucking kidding, right? So, Larry Scott started it, but this last guy, like Larry Scott got pushed out by the school chancellors. They're like, you are fucking us. All this shit is losing money. We're not getting anything from this. Like, you have to go. And Larry Scott's like, well, I'm going to go, but I want the other $25 million in my contract. And all the Pac-12, schools said, fine, we'll cut checks equally and just give you $25 million to go away, which they did. And then they hired a guy who worked for MGM, like the casino. Right?
You need dancing girls. That's what you need.
Yeah. You
I'm
need
gonna
dancing.
make you a star.
Yeah. And then he kept that fucking contract like in limbo until the very last second, to where it was only Apple that was left standing. And then Apple was like, we'll give you $20 million a year per school. That's it.
Jesus.
And that
What are Berkeley and all of these? I know UCLA and
Big
SC are in the Big
Ten.
Ten.
A lot of places went to the Big Ten. All the big schools.
UC and Stanford are now in the ACC along with
Okay.
SMU. And now here's the kicker in this deal.
That is crazy.
Berkeley and
Stanford being in the same conference as Wake Forest is insane to me.
You're gonna have some good basketball games.
Yeah, but Berkeley and Stanford will not receive a full share of the network payouts for 7 years, right? So they're going to get less than they made in the Pac-12 last year for 7 years. SMU, who just wanted in a power conference, waived all monies for the first decade that they're in the ACC.
Thirsty.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's Texas. They probably have some rich ass, oil money boosters.
You called it. That's exactly why the booster said go ahead and do it, because we
got it. They're so thirsty to be relevant down there because they've tasted relevancy in football.
I mean, the death penalty, we've never seen it since SMU.
Yeah,
we've never seen it since SMU. Let's remember that.
Will and Jason, were you guys big Jeff Tedford heads growing up in the Bay Area?
I like Jeff Tedford.
Were you Cal Golden Bears guys?
Will went to Cal.
I went to Cal, and
Will was there. Were you there when Raul Abdul
Sharif Abdul Rahim?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Sharif was what? He came out in '98, so I was around, but I wasn't there.
You were there for Tony Gonzalez, though.
Tony Gonzalez, Randy Duck, Tremaine Folks, Jelani Gardner was in my communications class before he got everyone fired. And
Jelani, he got caught taking money?
Oh, so Jelani, so this is what happened.
Oh, here we go.
Jason's kids stayed at Cal instead of going to any school he wanted to go to. And the recruiter, the assistant coach, was Todd Bozeman.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
Lou Campanelli was the head coach, and he was a good basketball guy. But, Todd Bozeman was like the young black coach that in today's atmosphere, he'd be the one that would have went to jail. Book Richardson, all those guys that got caught up in the scandals. He's the young black recruiting coach that gets thrown under the bus, right? So he was recruiting Lamont Murray, Jason Kidd, all these guys. So after Kidd left, he took over as the head coach. I forget if Campanelli got fired or retired, but he brings in a recruiting class with Jelani Gardner, who was basically a top point guard in the nation. Tremaine Folks was a top 10 player. He had I think the number 2 or number 3 recruiting class in the country at Cal Berkeley. So something was wrong.
Yeah. This come on now.
So I had a communications class. It was me, who was just a regular dude. My boy Ivan Lewis, who played baseball at Cal, but baseball's not a big revenue sport. Bobby Shaw was still a walk-on at the time. And then the fourth member of our group was Jelani Gardner. Except that after the second day of class, he stopped showing up. So we thought he just dropped the class.
We thought he dropped the
class. So we replaced him with someone else, and we did our projects and everything. We get into finals, and I'm sitting there with my blue book and my number 2 pencils, and he walks in with like 2 girls on his arm. The blue books that are already completed, right? So I'm like, okay, something's good. Then come to find out, I think after his sophomore year, where he didn't turn out to be the NBA prospect that everyone was thinking, he was going to be, because, coming out of LA, 6'5", 6'6" point guard, athletic, he ended up transferring to Pepperdine. And then it comes out,
he went to Pepperdine, coach.
It's in Malibu, boy.
Yeah,
back home.
But dude, that's one of the most academically rigorous schools, isn't it?
So you thought?
He was there for a purpose.
Okay.
So it comes to find out, like, Bozeman had, I guess, didn't make a payment or something, and they kind of had some back and forth, and then all of a sudden it came out that Bozeman had given him like
Oh, so he the one that snitched on Bozeman, huh?
Yeah, it was like a car, flights for the family to go watch games, a pillowcase full of cash. It was a bunch of stuff. And so Cal had went on. Bozeman got fired with show cause where he couldn't coach for X amount of years. Cal couldn't make the playoffs for X amount of years, and like the basketball program just turned into like a joke. I want to say Sharif was the year he went pro was the year the investigations finally came out and this shit hit the fan. So Sharif, played, but that's another guy. He's number one player in the country from Atlanta. How
Yeah, Coach. I just Googled Campanelli. He was fired because Jason Kidd went to the athletic director and said that he was physically and verbally abusive.
Jason Kidd been getting fools fired since college.
Wow. Jason Kidd's the hall monitor.
In the situation in New Jersey, by the way, the situation in Milwaukee, like he's always been like he's just always usurping people's power. But this is and because I gotta get out of here. But like the funny thing to me was always when you're arguing with these fucking dookies and all of these blue bloods, is like, oh, especially the freaking dookies. Oh, we do it the right way. Cal is paying players to get to their team. LSU, a bunch of schools with worse players are paying guys to play for their teams. You guys are getting the best players, and they're playing for free. Make that make sense.
Chris Duhon.
Come on now.
Chris Duhan's mom got a job in, with Durham. that was provided by a booster. No, there's a whole. I don't know if the website's still up, but there's a whole website that documents all the stuff that Duke got caught doing that never got punished for. What did Parkanian say? Like, like when Arizona gets caught cheating, they'll put, Southwest Alabama State on probation.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I'm not, remember when Kevin Ollie was the head man at UConn? I was surprised they hit UConn with sanctions. I'm like,
but those sanctions,
the blue bloods with sanctions.
The sanctions, they're nothing like what SMU faced in 1989.
No, and that's the thing, Jason. There's a reason they haven't used it again. They don't want to see. I mean, and people forget SMU was in a power conference and
won a national championship
when that happened.
The crazy thing is, like, the idea that you would say kick Bama out of your sport for 3 years off of NCAA, it's just nuts. I think the football schools would mutiny now and just be like,
remember what happened?
Suck my dick. Y'all don't get to tell me what to do. Get out of here.
Remember the guy that has to say what's going to happen. I forget the guy from the NCAA that says the verdict. He passes out as he says it because he knew it was such a blow to the program. Remember, he says it. They have footage of it.
You guys like, documentary on the whole college. What was it called? Scheme, whatever. But basically, all these guys, all these coaches got caught on wiretap talking about paying players. And none of the head coaches had any repercussions, but all the younger black assistants all like served fed time.
Sean Miller was cheating his ass off. Will Wade, oh my God, Will Wade, they had him dead to rights, just flagrant.
Dude, Pitino at Louisville. Like, come on, don't act like that's what killed me. Pitino went on national television and was like, you know what? I had no idea this even freaking happened. All right, like I had no idea. And the thing
thought
is,
all the kids wear these chains.
Yeah. I had no idea that.
Bro, they were hiring.
Okay, like what? How am I supposed to
dorms? Come on, man.
Right, and then the assistant coach literally pulls up printed off text messages from Pitino, who was like, "You make sure the you make sure the girls got double D's this time." That's what that kid wanted. Like. He gets off scot-free.
He's a Long Island guy, man. Those Long Island guys do love some jugs,
right?
Boy.
Right? Yeah, Pitino is definitely right? But he goes to Greece for 2 years to coach in the Greek Pro League, and then comes back and gets the Iona job. It's just like you just 2 years away in Greece. Okay. And the thing is, he didn't just like coach in Greece, he didn't stay in Athens where his team was headquartered, right? Where they played. The fucking owner of the team puts him on one of the islands
for him.
off the Adriatic coast where he had a seaside villa and got to fly 2 games to coach, right? And he got paid like $2 million a year. I think he won 1 EuroLeague championship. And the second year, he was like just above 500. And he's like, hey, Papadopoulos, whatever your name is, I don't fucking know. I'm heading back to the States. Iona's calling, you know?
Iona. Like, but it is, it is embarrassing though to see Rick Pitino coaching at a place like Iona. That is nuts to me. That was like Iona was like where a bunch of the New York kids who, obviously weren't quite good enough for the ACC and the Big East. It was like, oh, he still gets to play D1. He gets to go to Iona or he gets to go to Wagner or something like that.
Stony Point, Stony Point.
Yeah, like the idea that Rick Pitino would be coaching at something like Fordham or Manhattan College or Iona is just crazy to me, bro.
Well, honestly, I think a lot of the big programs, Waz, are like, would I kill to have Pitino here? Absolutely. I don't want to deal with social media where you see one of the assistant because like you got to think this is before people were recording, but not every waking moment. Can you imagine him like we'll say he goes to a blue blood program and he's got his assistant coach fucking running strippers into athlete apartments and you see it on Twitter 13 seconds after it happened. Like who wants to deal with that?
He was the thing that he got in trouble for first, if you guys remember. He was screwing the one chick in the restaurant.
Yeah,
like he had the keys to the restaurant, closed it down. He beat one of the ill details of that story is he lasted like 6 minutes or something. That was one of the details. It was a 6-minute encounter.
It's with 4 minutes of foreplay, mind you.
And then one of his bagmen ended up, she got pregnant. His boy, one of his little flunkies, took her to get the abortion. I guess on the way to that, they became homies and ended up getting married to each other afterwards. And he stayed on Pitino's payroll. Like a dude on his payroll was married to a chick that he impregnated and got the baby aborted.
And then they started
Pitino is wild, fam.
And then they started blackmailing him, right? Wasn't that the big thing? The initial one, they started blackmailing him, and he was making payments.
The extortion joint. Yeah, man.
That's why you say this when that happens.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like it.
By the way, Jason, I just saw that clip like 2 months ago, the Booker T, where I'm coming for you, nigga. I never knew where that was from, where that drop was from. I saw the actual clip 2 months ago at my boy's birthday party, and I just lost it. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that's what this clip is.
You're like, I can't believe Jason sat there and edited it to make sure he got right.
I'm going for you, nigga.
Yes, I did.
If you watch the clip, he has this like sheepish look like, oh snap, I said the wrong thing.
He does. After he says it, and he just goes, oh shit.
No, you look at Scary Sherry in the background, and she's
that's the best part. That's the best part. Is Scary Sherry starts laughing, and she's like, "It's okay." She goes, "It's okay. It's okay."
Oh my God.
Someone says Halloween Havoc 1993.
Yeah, 1993.
Hey, just for you wrestling fans out there.
We're coming for you, nigga.
Just so you know.
I just wanted to point out that someone had mentioned the Mountain Brothers in the beginning of the
yes. Shout out to Asian hip hop.
Asian rappers.
I know both of Will and Waz have to go. I want to thank you guys for coming in and talking basketball with us. I hope at some point I can get you guys back on the show. I hope at some point I could do it live with you guys. I've been having some talks about doing some live stuff as well in the Bay Area and Southern California. So I would love to do some live stuff with you.
If you're in Southern California, I will definitely pull up on you. I don't know if I can make it up to the Bay, man. I heard y'all bipping niggas up there, man. I don't know if I can make it out
Hey,
to
if
the
it makes
Bay,
you feel any better, Wise, I pull up now, and I'm from the Bay. Will tell you I'm from Richmond, but I'm over here double short. The doors are locked. I put everything in the trunk when I'm driving up in fucking Central California, so don't nobody see me put shit in the trunk.
Hold on. So due to some unfortunate circumstances, I had to purchase a new car.
Oh,
So I figured I would get a car that was like actually new for the first time in my life.
oh,
And one of the coolest things it has is when I turn the car off, it'll if anyone had sat in the back at all,
mm-hmm.
it'll remind you to make sure there's nothing in the back seat.
Damn.
It's
That's
like,
how cars. That's an Oakland car. Hey, no niggas back here. You fine?
it was like, hey, take your back seat. Yeah.
There's nobody back here. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Hey, Coach, I got a 2017 Malibu, and mine does that. Like you get it like a 3 beep. It's like beep beep beep. Like it lets you know, like, hey,
Show the back seat. Yeah.
No, it's too. Look, man, I didn't drive. I was supposed to meet someone in San Francisco. I refused to drive to San Francisco and park my car at the studio I used to live in Soundwave Studios in West Oakland, which some people say that's even more dangerous, but and took the train because I'm like, I'm not parking my car. I watch too much of the news.
Dude, this is how bad it is. Like I'll park at Trader Joe's, and there's this kind of the shadow kind of comes in. So when I'm walking back to my car, sometimes if like the tree is kind of waving, I get PTSD. Like, car's window broken, and it kind of looks like it. And it's like every time, like every Sunday, I get like,
And what's crazy, Will, was crazy. Remember, you used to drive your mom to North Richmond to go to work
at like 4 in the morning.
At 4 in the morning. That's like the most frightening place in America.
The only thing that made it more frightening for me than for you is that every time we pull up to a stoplight and there's people there, my mom will wait until someone's close enough to be within like touching distance of the car to lock the doors.
Oh, to be real loud about it.
So they're just crossing the street, Mom.
But you know what's funny, Will? Now I am an Asian woman while driving in the Bay Area. Ain't nothing in this Hyundai for you.
Well, the automatic locks once you put it in drive takes away the casual racism of your car habits.
You would like to think that.
Do you unlock it just to lock it?
Yeah, don't like it just to lock it. So I know. And then
you don't even think about it.
Like, you with the pants below is behind.
It's
Jason, stop sounding like my aunt. Okay, just stop it.
I was with my dad, Will, and he was like worse than me. I was like, damn. He was just walking around Vallejo. He was just bitching about random black people just being alive.
Well, I say this because of your communist Antifa podcast. when the whole Trayvon Martin thing went down, one of my kind of lines I used to always say is that young black kids in hoodies know which young black kids in hoodies to avoid.
It's very true. But now anybody wearing a hood, to me, is a villain.
Yeah, you can't come to basketball practice then. We have a gang in royal blue. We're the crippiest group
with
of
all of that communist Antifa crap, Jason.
Crap. There's a crip faction in your gym, and they all have numbers. They have numbers on it.
It's gonna be funny. Coach Will going into next season is gonna see a dude in a hoodie with a blue one with a hammer and sickle and his fucking rag hanging out the back of his. He's gonna be like, "You listen to fucking Myles, don't you? Don't you? Just admit it." And that kid's like, "Oh yeah, man, Jason, that's my boy."
Dude.
And Coach Will's gonna be like, "Get out. Get the fuck out right now."
I felt bad because you know how you grow up in a certain area and you don't notice the shit around you, right? And Will knows where I grew up. And now I go back and people laugh at me like, man, isn't it dangerous living in Mexico? I was like, no, my car don't get broke into. Every week I see somebody getting robbed at the gas station. Fuck that noise. Y'all live in the fuck. Every time I see something in the news about the Bay, it looked like a scene from Juice.
Dude, Jason, my buddy that I was in the Army with just moved back home, and he lives in Oakland. And he said, he literally goes, I don't know why I came back here, man, because it's like Mad Max. And I was like, God damn, dude.
Where I was staying in West Oakland, I was staying somewhere I had no business staying, kind of, but it was on some Mad Max shit where you really saw garbage cans on fire.
Yeah.
Like you really saw that.
Jason, he's like, we are a year away from like literally having someone come out who controls all the water and the oil.
Two men enter, one man leave. That's how I feel when I go into the AM PM.
Jason drives home. He needs to get gas. He just waits for that dude to walk out. He's like, all right, I'm good.
I don't get gas. There was some. Will, have you ever seen this shit where they put the thing on the machine to get gas to get your credit card number? Have you seen that?
Little skimmers.
Yeah,
I haven't seen one in real life, but I've seen them on the news.
Bro, the thing is, Will, if you look at where you put the card in, it's like, you know how when you fit plastic pieces together, they have those two little clips. Like literally, you could look at it and make sure there's no clips there. You're like, all right, man, I'm good. Like, like it's so cheap, but people are so used to just rolling up, put my card in, put my gas. They don't really think about it. And my boy, who unfortunately was kicked out of the Army and turned to ripping off people's credit cards through gas pumps, as well as going up to your readers inside of stores. He would put like a little skimmer on that as well.
No shit.
Oh, dude, yeah, he's doing literally federal time right now. I send him ramen because his commissary is pretty empty because he refuses to work.
Dude, whenever I cross the border now, I just act like a conservative white man in 1984. I check everything. I check fucking everything. I went and got gas in fucking the I-5 exit by Bakersfield. I was pulling on the thing to make sure it was real. I double locked my doors.
Jason, you're turning into Mark Robinson from the video I sent you this week.
I was like, it's not gonna be me.
It will not. No.
Not today, mister. That's how I drive around the Bay Area. Just
Yeah, and it's weird because you'll go from, you'll go like down one street, like even in West Oakland, like you'll go down certain streets and it's like, oh, that's a nice little cafe, nice condos, and all of a sudden you turn the corner and it's like Beirut.
Yeah. Like, fuck. The encampment's in the middle of the street.
There's like a bombed out barracks there. You're like, I didn't even realize the Army was here at one point. What the shit?
What's fucked up is I feel more comfortable in West Oakland because I lived there for so long that I went to go see my daughter who lives in a decent part of town. And I'm like bitching at her because she wouldn't like meet me somewhere. So I'm like, I gotta drive to your house and park in Oakland.
Like some kind of peasant. Oh,
Jesus, girl. Move to the hills.
No child of mine would make me park in Oakland. Oh,
this is how bad it is in Oakland, man. Like from my apartment to the freeway, there's like 4 blocks I have to maneuver. And about 4 or 5 months ago, I'm driving, and by habit, I hit that corner and I dodged the potholes just by like, by field. They were filled. And like it just took me by surprise that they were filled. But it's like you get so used to that stuff, and it's like,
Coach Will, you'd be perfect driving in Cleveland. Ask Dr. Clark; he can tell you all about it. If you don't have a truck, you're gonna lose your car at one point to like a 3-foot deep pothole in Cleveland. It's just how it's the rules,
Oh,
and you accept that by owning a vehicle in Cleveland. You're like, I know I'm only gonna have this a year or two because it will disappear in a hole.
Well, that's the thing about living in Mexico. They're like infrastructure, schminfrastructure, and they got potholes, sinkholes. Like there's holes that I've driven in on accident where I didn't think I was gonna come out. That's the one thing when you cross the border, it's so offensive. The pothole dodging that I have to do because I'm driving at 3:00 in the morning, so it's pitch black, and I'm doing all this outrun shit to dodge the potholes, and then there's people that walk on the freeway too. It's just some crazy shit.
Jason looks like he's playing Mario Kart.
When you finally cross over, it's the smoothest ride through San Diego. It's like pothole free. It's that real good. Yeah. Fuck, dude. It just makes you feel like horrible. But anyway, Will, I know you have to go. Thank you for hanging out with me. Sorry I wasn't able to even hit you up. I was there on some family business. I'll tell you about it off air.
This time of year, I probably wouldn't have been around anyway because I literally practice games, and all of a sudden it just ends, and I'm at work.
Jason, I don't know. Coach wins championships. He's kind of fucking busy.
I just want to see one. I just want to be there, and I want to be in the stands, and I want to run on the court, and I want to do all the.
You would have been in the game last Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been the one to go to.
Would I have teared up at the end?
It was us against Oakland Tech for a chance to go to the state championship. They haven't been there in like 20 years. We just finished winning. So you got Mr. Fab is there.
Oh damn!
Dame flew in, so we had to kind of communicate with Dame without kind of giving away that he's going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a packed house, and then Dame was with his Milwaukee Bucks kind of entourage. So I'm like, "Are you Vin Baker?" Vin Baker was there, and I was like, "Oh shit!" That smile, like, "Yeah, you know who I am." I was like, "Yeah," but it was a packed house. Like, if you've never been to an Oakland rivalry game, it was not like it was in the 90s where, the doors are going to get chained and lights cut out and people get in the stand or anything.
Joe Clark shit, yeah.
It was packed. Literally the kids would alternate from trying to get Dame's picture to taunting Dame every time we were losing. It was
Jesus.
It was fun. It sucked that we lost, but even just having that experience is
Well, yeah. Can we say how cool that is that Dame, who is an NBA superstar, one of the top players in the league, is like, I'm still gonna go home and rep my team, right? I love shit like that, man. I love it because we talk about sports a lot, and there are athletes out there that are like, I am too good to go back to where I came from. I am too good for it now, and it's just I love seeing dudes go back to these. I mean, let's face it. You got towns like Oakland, Cleveland. Dude, Dr. Claw can tell you there's a lot of correlation between Oakland and Cleveland.
Sure.
A lot. When you talk about, the deindustrialization that happened in the 70s, going into offshoring in the 80s, going into the horrible economic policies of Reagan, and how it just torpedoed everything in these giant, what were giant, metropolitan areas, to now where you have this core of people that are just trying to hang on. And then, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and fucking say this. You have these nerdy white fucks that want to come in and gentrify certain areas, but not all of them. But we're going to keep the money right around here. And we're going to make sure everything's so expensive. We're going to push out the people that have been here for, 60 years or so, and it's just, I just think it's rad when you have people that grew up there. And they're like, fuck this. No, I'm never really going to leave. This is always going to be my spot. This is where I grew up. This is where I learned how to play ball, or who I became, who I was. I just think that's really cool.
Yeah. I mean, it also helps that, Orlando and I coached him, and then his cousin is on our staff, but yeah, that's, so here's the crazy part about his cousin, Jason. This is maybe my last thing.
Mm-hmm.
So when Dame first started rapping, right, he was recording at my mom's house.
Sounds about right.
every time I would play him like, like our era stuff,
Mhm.
for a young kid, he would know it. He would, oh, my cousin raps.
Mhm.
And everyone's cousin raps. So I never really
Mhm.
thought about whose cousin it was. And then come to find out maybe like 5 years ago, I get a call from his cousin
Mhm.
because his son was entering high school. He's trying to figure out what high school to send him to.
Mhm.
And come to find out, like we've kind of been in the same circles this whole time,
Oh, no shit.
and so like me and him like didn't really know each other until that phone call. And
Mhm.
from that phone call, we've been like super close ever since. So he handles all Dame's music stuff,
Mhm.
but like it's just funny because like, you know, me and him were like parallel with Dame that whole time.
Mhm.
He was like, I was the OG hip hop guy, he was the OG hip hop guy, and we were kind of like, you know, funneling him in kind of a similar direction to where like, when it does show up on Sway, he's able to rap,
Yeah.
like some of these other kids. He has a sensibility, kind of, so it's just funny. So Deuce has been coaching with us, and the only time he doesn't coach with us is when he's on the road, working with with Dame. So he's there like half the season. But
So I want to give a shout out to your our hip hop legacy, because I tell the story kind of. I don't tell the whole story. When we went to go record in LA many moons ago, I want to say it was in 1997 or 96, 97.
96, because
Was it
the record
96?
97.
Where we recorded with, at the time it was the Black Eyed Peas DJ at their pre-production spot at Benion's house. But you also, when did you lend your ASR to LP? Didn't you have to lend him an ASR once?
I don't even remember.
Because what's his name? Lyrics Born hit you up and asked you to do it when you were working for Soul Sides.
It was something like that.
That's a long time ago, dude. We've been doing this shit for hella long.
Yeah,
Hella long.
Merce bought some Oakland High shorts last spring.
Oh, you still see them?
He's in LA, but like we keep in touch off social media, and like when I know Merce is a big Marvel head, so like when Dame had those Marvel shoes, I sent him a pair, and we just randomly speak. He's always been like super cool.
It's just that era for me was kind of like one of the most musically magical eras, and that's the one thing that I really miss when we were all hanging out in Telegraph Avenue and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, no, like so with Deuce, we had always talked music, but I was so far removed from music that sometimes you kind of get the feeling that he thinks I just talk music. And then, during COVID, and I had no coaching to do, that was when him and his kind of group were starting to like really like make some new noise. They're called Grand National. I should check out their music. But like I went and sat in a studio session for the first time, like sit in an actual studio session for the first time in like 20 years. And it was just so fun, just sitting there, just vibing. And the Warrior, the DJ for the Warriors, D Sharp.
Yeah,
he was running the session. He kind of casually mentioned, like, "Hey, Will, you got any beats?" Yeah, you got my laptop right here, and I play some stuff. They're like, "Oh wait, you actually do music?" Like, yeah, they're like, "Dude, like this is like fun. You guys remind me of like the New Bay era where it was just like,
oh wow,
there was no group. It was just a bunch of dudes kind of in a similar mind, just that come and sit in the room and just do music." And that actually, I don't even think they had the title Grand National when that was happening. It just became Grand National, So
I think I have seen that somewhere because there's a few Bay Area rappers that I still follow, but
and one of the members of that group is remember Irk the Jerk?
Yeah.
So this dude that looks like Irk the Jerk named Kevin. And I'm like, every time I ran into him, I was like, "You look hella familiar." And then I was like, after like they put out the record and I listened to some of the songs, I was like, "Are you Irk the Jerk?" Yeah. You just don't connect it because like he's Kevin, he raps under Kevin Allen now, but he's dope. And like, but it was just like a bunch of people kind of similar age, similar vibe, nothing to do. It's COVID, and they just started kind of vibing on music together, and ended up they turned it into a thing and ended up touring and putting out. They just put out a new project a couple of days ago. Haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, but yeah, it was dope.
Also, will definitely leave in the comments a link to your instrumental beat records.
Let me see if I can find it.
We have to find a way to put chaotic or order on Spotify.
Oh God! So they can make 1/3 of a tenth of a cent every listen and download.
I got a payout from Spotify yesterday that was $8.70.
Oh man, you can pay for most of a burger at McDonald's. That's great, Jason.
I can pay for a whole meal.
How do I put it in the chat?
You can put it in the private chat, and I'll put it in the chat. You see the private chat in the corner of the screen?
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah,
I'll put it in.
I made like $120 off of Spotify last year.
Oh wow! Well, fuck you.
That's like $2.5 tanks of gas, man.
Jason's like, I've only been in a series of bands
fuck
and
you.
produced.
I didn't give a shit about Spotify money because I made my money touring, so I knew I wasn't going to get any streaming revenue. And to get I only get paid when it's over $10. And I didn't even try to withdraw the money. They just they're like, oh, you made $10, and I was like, oh, dope,
cool, thanks.
It's like, oh, what song are they listening to? I just want to know. But it's the theme song of the show. It's got a lot of plays. We're all not as Will, yours is only on Bandcamp, right?
Bandcamp, Apple Music, and all the.
Oh, you did all of it? Okay.
All the DistroKid things.
Yeah. No, I just recently put another album that I did 3 years ago. Is coming on Spotify in the next couple of weeks. So a lot of the outro music you guys hear for the show, that album has that. So if you want to hear that, definitely. But I'm going to put this in the chat. Will, have a very good evening. I miss deep dish pizza and the Bay Area and hanging out with you. So
deep dish pizza is just fucking
you know
casserole,
what?
Jason.
Your mom's just a casserole.
Nothing wrong with that. It's lasagna pizza, whatever.
It's fucking one of my favorites.
There we go, Coach. It's always great getting to fucking hang out with you for a little bit. And I just want you to know you made my entire night when I brought up Kaminga, and you're like, yeah, let's talk about that. Yes.
Glad we didn't get into the rant about actual NCAA tournament because it's about to go down.
Yeah, but you know what, Coach? I live in North Carolina. I'm inundated with ACC. And about 3 years ago, I was just like, I hate the entire fucking game because, like, I would see Virginia win 54-48, and I'm like, this was the most boring
I thought we wanted to go back to the 80s.
Yeah. Oh, not me. No.
So are you a Caleb Love fan?
Oh God, no. I actively cheer against UNC because that's where my ex graduated from. So, yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's like I have a love-hate relationship with Carolina players because you watch them play in college and just play so well, and they get to the NBA, and it's like you are literally the Duke from the early 90s. You make amazing
college is Duke of the early 90s.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like they're not prepping these guys.
The rules are different.
The NBA,
even like the half and timeout structure is like. Like they changed the high school fouls to mirror the NBA and FIBA fouls this year. And it's the best thing ever.
Yeah, I think Herb Dean or Herb Smith will be, or whatever the fucking UNC coach's name is. He went away from that like three corners offense and is letting the guys like actually run, like you said, read and react, make those mistakes that you need to make so you don't do them again. So I think maybe these groups of kids will be better prepped for the NBA more so than the Roy Williams and Dean Smith kids were. Because outside of Jordan, like you look at the 80s Dean Smith teams, he made great players. The 90s hit, though, you're like, yeah, like players like, Anton Jameson, he played a long time would you say he was a dominating player? Absolutely not. Or Anton Jameson, and then you had oh my God, who was that?
Rasheed Wallace.
Wallace played a long time, and in spurts, he was like you would look at him and be like, where the fuck has this been your entire career? And then you had like guys like Stackhouse who had a great first few years and just became like a serviceable guy after that. So I just when you see them burning first rounders on knowing full well, the game much better than I do. You can't miss on first rounders these days. That could torpedo your franchise for years. And a lot of these guys like get drafted in the first round, and it does. It torpedoes those fucking
I kind of
those
look at it
organizations.
as every year in the draft, there might only be one or two guys that are that good. So if you have the 7th pick, it's the fans that have these expectations, but realistically, like you're gonna get who you're gonna get.
Yeah, I mean, there's only what I agree. There's only one or two like franchise changing players, but you want a guy that you can plug in. Like I'll take Wiggins, right? Wiggins is a perfect example of this. Cavs pick him up, and he already knows from the jump he's getting immediately flipped. Like it's gonna happen. So he ends up in Minnesota. This is a team that is very talent deficient. He should be able to seamlessly work his way in.
No, he was miscasted. His personality, ever since he was in high school, was that of an elite complementary player. But because of where he got drafted, they expect him to be something that he's not. And when he got to the Warriors, he was able to be who he truly is. Did he get worse? Nah, he's put up similar numbers, but he just has different expectations.
Yeah, I was like after that big breakout year in Golden State, I was like, maybe he is worth the $130 million they locked him in for. And then it's just like, I don't know, man. I think that maybe that goes back to like Clay not being able to move. I wouldn't say Wiggins is a great defender. You have a lot of star power on the Warriors that are not what you would call guys that lean into the defensive aspect of the game. So I think that maybe shines the light a little more on Wiggins now. But yeah, I think with the valuation of franchises and how important it is, and I preach this, like the NFL is more my game. Like honestly, when we're talking like organizational structure and stuff like that, and there are way more rounds. And I don't know if you saw, the NBA is talking about going back to a 3-round draft, which I thought was kind of nuts. I think 2 is a sweet spot where you should stick to.
It's just to sell commercial time and attention.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I think if you wanted to do that, then every team needs to have a G League affiliate at that point, right? Like every team.
Even guys you draft in the 2nd round, a lot of them don't get signed for summer camp deals.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what a lot of people don't realize.
I want to ask this question. Will, do you have a couple minutes?
Yep.
Wemby.
What about him?
What's your take?
He's good at basketball. You got guys like Wemby and Chet Holmgren and Bobo, and as much innovation and new basketball there is, at the end of the day, there's certain things that hold true. In order to win a championship, you have to have a guy between 6'4" and 6'7" that can create their own shot at the end of games. Centers that are true centers can dominate the regular season, but they can't win you an NBA playoff series that's 7 games. Then you have guys like Wemby, Chet, and Bol who kind of came to prominence off of social media hype that they're 7'4", but they can play like a guard. Well, they're not going to play like a guard in the NBA. Yeah. So he's in a system where he has guards on the Spurs that don't know how to pass him the ball. Mm-hmm. And he's able to do a lot of good things without them passing him the ball. So you put him on a team with, a guy that can get him the ball, he'll be really good. I call those guys elite role players or elite complementary players, where he could score 20 a game just off of alley-oops and offensive rebounds. But if you expect him to throw him the ball and give you 35 every game, you're going to be disappointed. If you want him to look like how he did on Instagram where he's dribbling between his legs multiple times and shooting threes. That might happen once every 4 or 5 games, but he's not Kevin Durant.
Mm.
You know, Anthony Davis isn't Kevin Durant.
I mean, oh, please, let's not talk about Anthony Davis. I'm so tired of Anthony Davis.
He's an elite complementary player that got miscasted as a generational, carrier franchise guy. He's not that.
Yeah, he and Zion are guys where they can't stay healthy. They're paid like you just said to be that star, but they're better off in a secondary.
Like Dwight Howard.
There are games.
Dwight Howard has gotten the worst reputation because of some of his off the court stuff. But there was a 4 or 5 year period where he was the most dominant role player in the league, where he was going to give you 15 rebounds. He's going to score 20 just off of alley-oops and offensive rebounds, and then another 8 or 9 off of post-ups, and all of a sudden he's got 30, and he brought that horrible Orlando team to the championship and actually was probably one of the first play 4 ball handling guards that could shoot around one dominant freak athlete. And that's who Wemby could be, a skinnier but more skilled version of if put in the right situation. But the game's not played with the 7'4" guy dribbling between his legs shooting threes as their main thing.
Yeah.
It's a cool kind of anomaly. It looks cool, but you look at every game-winning shot in the past, 20, 30 years in the NBA Finals, it's Jordan, Kawhi, Kobe, Durant. They all fit that same physical mold because they're not going to allow you to shoot a 3 at the end of the game. They're not going to let you get all the way to the rim for a dunk. So you have to shoot off the dribble in a mid-range, be able to get it off against someone taller and stronger. You add LeBron to that mix, Dwayne Wade, they're all the same player or all the same kind of body type in those situations.
One last question. Can the Lakers make any noise? Can they make the playoffs, and can they make any noise?
They have LeBron.
Yeah.
They have LeBron, and I think they have enough ignorant players that play with them that think they're good. D'Angelo Russell really is one of the most ignorant. I love his ignorance. He just, what do they call it? Irrational confidence. He thinks he's the best player on the team. And you need guys like that to play with LeBron that don't defer to him, but can play with him and hold their own, and have enough fortitude to be like, I know you want the ball back, LeBron, but I'm going to shoot this thing and live with the consequence.
But don't you think, Coach, that we get to playoff time, your bench matters. Yeah. You have to be able to get in your bench, get points. I don't know if the Lakers can.
Darvin Ham is a horrible coach.
Tell me how you really feel.
Oh,
and I hate saying that about certain assistants because I have I would like them to get chances, but he looks like the type that's trying to coach to have a job instead of coaching to have an X and O's idea of what he wants to try to do.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. I don't think Darvin Ham, because of the expectations in LA with LeBron, I don't think he makes it out of the season. I really think Ham gets fired.
I'd say LeBron is, top 3 player of all time. He is one of the worst GMs ever. LeBron, the GM, has hurt LeBron, the player's legacy.
Would you say the same thing about Jordan?
Well, right.
About what?
Jordan.
Right here.
Jordan, because of the collective bargaining agreement at the time, didn't have the pull to do certain things. That's why he hates.
Yeah.
That's why he hates Jerry Krause so much, because Jerry Krause was like, "No, I made this team. I'm going to make these trades. I'm not going to trade Pippen, even though you want me to trade Pippen, which he wanted, which people don't. Twice. They wanted to trade Pippen twice. So if LeBron would have went through that situation, LeBron would have got buried. But
and let's face it, the thing is Jordan wasn't a bad GM until he was the actual general manager. He didn't have the power.
That's what I mean. In his days in the front office, did that do anything to tarnish his legacy? To us Gen Xers, no, but
no, it didn't affect him as a player. It didn't affect,
Yeah. He just couldn't identify talent. He was so good. you look at those when he took over controlling interest of the Bobcats that became the Hornets. Like, he had his fucking fingers in the Kool-Aid, man. And he drafted some really bad players, And when you look at, I'm sorry, if I'm David Stern and then Jesus, who's the big tall white goofy commissioner of the NBA now? Thank you, Silver. Stern going into Silver, because you had the trade-off, or the handoff of leadership of the league when Jordan bought a minority stake of the Bobcats and then took over majority ownership of the Hornets as they became known. When you look at his track record in Washington, if I'm Stern and then Silver, I'm going, hire a GM, please. Just, you don't make the picks, because Kwame Brown, I get it. We're in the middle of, we're drafting kids right from high school into the NBA. And we had gotten at this point, 6 or 7 years of Durant and Kobe. But Kwame Brown wasn't it, man. Like, you're drafting a traditional 80s center in the middle of the game.
Kwame Brown in that draft.
Who was in that class?
Oh, that was a bad draft.
Who was in that class? I don't know who was in that class. Do you remember?
He had a good career, averaging 10 and 9. He just, because of where he got drafted and he got into a bad situation. If he would have got drafted by the Spurs, would he have been better?
I mean, quite possibly. But the thing is when you have minority owner, general manager, player Michael Jordan, playing next to you.
I hate the bust label, because I know, especially like in basketball and football, you get put in the wrong situation and your talent's not good enough to overcome it. Like, before I stopped watching football, I was a Lions fan, and you have them running the run and shoot with Rodney Peete. But then when they had Andre Ware, they ran a traditional offense. Like a run and shoot quarterback to not run the run and shoot. Then you have a traditional, So it was one of those things where it's like, well, you're setting them up to fail. It's like like, people always talk about these kind of like all era teams. You cannot tell me that if a team had Shaq, Karl Malone, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Magic Johnson, that team could win more than 25 games in today's era. No one could shoot. You had five guys banging bodies, posting up, that played in an era where there was illegal defense, so you can't just, play help side. And it's like, okay, well, does that tarnish Jordan's legacy? No, it's just a shitty team with a lot of that team. I would literally put out like a team with like friggin' Ray Allen, Dirk Nowitzki, and that team would kick their ass in 2024.
Oh yeah, just the spacing alone would fucking murder.
There's a guy on YouTube called the NBA Storyteller, and he has a video that kind of breaks down the whole hand checking illegal defense mythology that gets put out there, and how LeBron actually played his first few years in the hand checking era. And how guys like Steven Jackson are like, back in my day, a guy like LeBron couldn't play. Well, you guys played your first 3 years together.
Yeah.
You guys are actually literally the same era.
Bro, that's the thing, Coach. Like, Steven Jackson, and I think this is what drives me nuts. We're obviously, this is going to be out on an audio medium as a podcast, but not everybody should have a podcast. Not everybody. And Steven Jackson is one of those guys, because he goes off on like the boomer rants all the fucking time. And it's like, dude, the players you're bitching about were literally contemporaries of yours at the midpoint and end of your career. You played during this age of basketball, dude. And the thing is,
was you heard about Matt Barnes?
What did he do? I know he's got a show where he talks a lot of shit. What did he do?
He's on a show with Steven Jackson, but he actually he lost his job with the Kings because of what he did at his son's high school basketball game.
You got a fight?
No, but Matt Barnes is a hothead. Like when he used to play in the SF Pro Am, he was slapping coaches, slapping players. Like he almost got like in a serious situation with a bunch of like 100-point dudes, right? So he's a bit of a bully, But I guess so. Ironically, his twin sons are freshmen that play varsity for head coach Derek Fisher. So that's a funny situation. But so during their playoff game, he's calling the ref all types of bitches and shit, right? But you're not supposed to do that, man. But you're Matt Barnes, no one's gonna tell him not to.
Yeah.
So he's over there yelling and screaming, calling bitches. So the broadcast kid from the other team kind of told him to sit down and shut up.
Ooh, okay.
Because like, literally they're catching all these B words in the back of his broadcast. Like, shut down the mic. He's like, hey, just like shut down, shut up. So he went over and had a talk with the kid, hand on the shoulder, right? And that got caught on camera, and people made a big stink about it because they're both like rich private schools, So Matt Barnes' his whole excuse was like, I wasn't confronting him. I was just talking to him like I would talk to my son, and I put my hand on his shoulder. Motherfucker, we've seen you the past. Like so and the parents were coming out saying, no, he was threatening the kid, this and the other. So
I believe it.
Yeah.
Last time I saw Matt Barnes was at Wingstop in Deep East Oakland.
Yeah, so
and no one knew him from basketball, Will. They knew him from whatever show he was on. Wasn't he on like Love and Basketball or some shit? Yeah, they knew him from that.
Yeah.
Which I thought was hilarious.
I think it's hilarious that Matt Barnes thinks he's some kind of bully. Dude, I could fart at him and knock him over. All right.
He's always been a hothead.
I'm not trying to get in a fight with Matt Barnes when I go to see Ben Burgess in Los Angeles.
Hey, don't worry about it, Jason. I'll show up
and fart on him. Will, I did want to ask you, so you're not following football at all?
The only football games I've watched in like the past 10, 12 years are the Super Bowl.
Are you still mad about Kaepernick? I'm just teasing. You don't have to answer that.
Dude, first of all, I knew that the Lions were not going to beat the Niners, but I had said casually to some of my Niners fan friends, if the Lions were to win and go to the Super Bowl, they should sign Barry, Calvin Johnson, and me to one-day contract.
Just to get the ring. Can I tell you this about the Lions? So Will is two teams that Will loved as a young person were the Indiana Pacers and the Detroit Lions. He collected the cards. We talk sports like this all the time as kids, right? And Jared Goff going to the Lions, I thought could have been a disaster. The fact that they stuck with Goff through those bad seasons.
Jason, that's the only Pac-12 QB you hit on in how many years we've been doing this.
You're such a hater. but seriously, Jared Goff, the Detroit marriage was great. I loved seeing him beat the Rams because I think they did him so dirty.
They did. They absolutely did.
And I really was hoping that they would beat the Niners.
I thought they were going to for a little bit, and then it's just like the Niners have so much.
They thought they were going to for a second too,
and so much talent on that offensive side of the ball that they could, like when Detroit made mistakes in defensive play calling, that talent was just able to gash them. And that's not a knock against Detroit. Detroit typically hasn't drafted well or developed talent well, and they really have in the last 3 to 4 years. But you have to think this is after 25, 30 years of just
not being very good. And that team, as we're pivoting more to the football talk for free agency, that team has been somewhat quiet in free agency. I wonder what they're going to do in the draft. What pieces do you think they need other than maybe another pass rusher?
You need another pass rusher, obviously, and then you need depth. Draft for depth. Like that's how I would go.
Hey, fellas, I got to get out of here.
All right. Hey, thanks, Will.
All right, Coach. You be
Peace
easy,
out. We'll
man.
be
It's good
safe
seeing you
in
again.
Oakland streets.
Sell some of my album.
He's gone. He's back. He had to say something. Sorry. What'd you say? Oh, nope, he's gone. He made a mistake. He's an old person with a digital camera. Where's the flash of this? Ah!
It went off and I can't see now.
I'm watching a little bit of this. So I'm driving back from the Bay Area. I had to go up to the Bay Area to, as I wrote in the private chat, some family stuff. And that's just part of what I had to go for there for. There was even more stuff, Mac. I don't think I'll tell you when the show's over. 30 some hours I'm in a car.
Always the fucking worst. That's the worst, man.
It is, because of the trip, and as stressful as the trip was and as heartbreaking as the trip was, I took a little bit of solace that I got to have kind of consistent sports radio. I had juice in my phone, so I got to bypass the conservative talk. I just didn't want to hear anything about the conservatives and the gay agenda. I just didn't want to hear it, right?
Yeah.
The trans agenda. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there's still some conservatives out there bitching about the gay agenda as well. So
in California, for the most part, they've taken in a lot of the gays, and
well, see, they're the log cabin Republicans is what they're calling them. And I didn't know this was a name that started in Western North Carolina.
Interesting.
In the early 90s, when people started kind of like, okay, gay people may not be so bad if they're but they're called log cabin Republicans, and I'm like, that's one of the weirdest. Like, what do log cabins have to do with gay people? But okay,
I don't even want to get into it, because if you say one, I already said the word that you can't say, that people just start projecting on whatever it is you say after that. But listening to a lot of the talk, most of the talk was about Russell Wilson, right? Russell Wilson, and again, it's all the McKinsey talk, right? Because everybody's an analyst.
Yeah.
And so it's about 600 miles. So depending on when I leave, I'm going to get that ESPN morning show, which some of the worst commentary you're ever going to hear in sports.
Oh yeah. Especially when you're talking like regional ESPN radio.
No, this is their national.
This is the national stuff. See, I listen to a lot of like Cleveland, like ESPN, and all they did was they essentially gobbled up local Cleveland sports networks and just said, you're now ESPN radio. Yeah. So I can listen to them for free, which I think is pretty rad. And I love like Rizzo, Dr. Claw, like you can back me up on this. Rizzo can kind of get off the rails sometimes, but I love listening to it. He's kind of like went off and done like culture war shit lately. Goldhammer was fucking amazing. Gerard Cherry is my favorite. Like, he's a former Patriot.
I hear Gerard Cherry out here in Mexico, actually.
Yeah, I love Gerard Cherry, man. Gerard Cherry.
He's from the Bay.
Yeah.
He went to school with my son's mom.
Yeah, I love Gerard Cherry. But yeah, like typically I know like down here I'll get like Carolina ESPN. Like then all it is just like crying about the Panthers. You get a couple people that talk about the Hurricanes, and by a couple I mean there's one that actually does hockey. And the Hurricanes are actually like a really, really good team this year, so like they should be more excited about it. But nobody knows about hockey down here still, and the team's been down here for almost 20 years.
Yeah. I get a fair amount, because the sports station down here is actually the station in San Diego. And the towers are actually near my house. The radio towers are here in Rosarito.
Okay.
50,000. 50,000 watts. So, I get to hear that all the time. Anyway, so I'm listening to these guys talk on and on about contracts, which was really fucking annoying. And the Steelers are going to kick the tires, if you will, on Russell Wilson, and everyone's going to talk about the money part of the deal. And I don't want to talk about the money part of the deal, because I am not an analyst for McKinsey.
No, but it's actually brilliant for the Steelers.
Sure.
You pay the league.
But I want to ask this question. Let's get beyond the whole financial brilliance of it all.
Right? Listen. The finances are very important, Jason, when you're talking about the state of the game these days.
The other aspect that was more annoying than the financial analyst aspect of everything, and these guys are always talking about who to cut and who to hire, right? That's all they care about now. Is this idea that Russell Wilson isn't, quote, black enough. And they didn't want to come out and say it. So they say things like he's a little bit of corny and he rubs players the wrong way and da-da-da-da. It's like, just be honest. Go into the whole he's not black enough thing and just say it with your chest, but you're not going to say it.
Yeah.
And the fact that Mike Tomlin, who they were trying to say it, but they couldn't say it, is a respected black coach with his Negro players, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were trying. And what does this say about Russell Wilson if he can make it work with Mike Tomlin and Pittsburgh? And they created for, I think they're on for about 3, if not 4 hours, this whole narrative that Russell Wilson and black people don't really get along for some reason.
Okay, were these hosts as white as I am?
2, but the main guy, Chris Canty, is not.
Chris Canty?
Horrible.
Oh.
He's like the worst. He is like, should have never gave you people money. Like, he's like the worst.
Oh my gosh.
When it comes to just real reactionary ass politics in your sports commentary,
and that's the thing.
All of it.
This is I think it's a smart move by the Steelers, because as Joey already pointed out, Pickett ain't it. He is not it.
He wasn't it coming out of college. Why is it? And it feels like, and I want you to tell me why, man. It feels like every year that we have to talk about a quarterback coming out that's supposed to be the next big thing, the greatest thing since sliced bread, and they're really not that good. And if you look back at 1983, this year where all these quarterbacks come out, right? Elway, Marino, Blackledge, who else comes out that year? Tony Eason. Did I name them all?
Those were the big four. The ones that all the teams wanted.
Steve Young comes out that year, actually, but he goes to the USFL. Jim Kelly comes out that year, goes to the USFL. So all these big time quarterbacks are coming out, right? Who did I forget? I think I got.
Well, you have to realize Kelly and Young both said they're going to go with the person that signs them to the biggest contract.
Yeah, they would. The USFL was just throwing money.
They both got drafted. Kelly ended up in a better position. The actual owner of the Houston Gamblers actually had a funded organization. If you watch Small Potatoes, the ESPN 30 for 30 about the USFL, Steve Young will tell you how horrible the organizational setup of the LA Express was, because it wasn't funded at all. This man literally embellished his net worth just to get a football team and was barely able to cash any checks that the team issued. There was only one team worse. And my favorite interview during the entire 30 for 30 was Rick Neuheisel, who was the quarterback for the San Antonio Gunslingers. And he said every Monday we would get paid and you would see 53 cars pull out of the team facility
running,
and they would race to get to the bank, because if you were past 20 players, your check would bounce. Right? So he was like, it was like a cannonball run to see who would get to the bank first to cash their game checks, and the Express were the second worst in the league financially. Long story short, the owner, if I'm remembering correctly, of the LA Express would end up doing almost 10 years for federal racketeering.
And doesn't Marcus Dupree come out in 83 as well, and goes to the New Orleans team?
He did. He played a year for the Breakers.
He broke his leg. He ends up breaking his leg, and it's a really bad break. But if you think about the talent that comes out of that 83 draft that goes to the USFL, if I'm not mistaken, Reggie White also, was it that year or was it a couple years later he comes out?
No, you got to think. You only got 2 seasons.
Yeah, so Reggie White comes out in 83 then.
Yeah.
Okay, and so Reggie, let's name some names right now. Reggie White, Darryl Green, Roger Craig actually comes out in the 83 draft. He doesn't go in the first round. Dan Marino, John Elway, Say what you want about Blackledge. Say what you want about Easton. Easton went to quite a few. Oh, Kenny O'Brien.
Yeah, Kenny
O'Brien
O'Brien
comes out in 83. Only person Dan Marino couldn't beat in the NFL is Kenny O'Brien for the Motor Jets. That's off the top of my head. I think Dexter Manley. Does he come out in 83 or 82?
No, I think Manley came out in 82. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. But feel
there's
like
the talent between the USFL and the NFL. There's so much talent. But the NFL scouts know we have to get a quarterback in 83 because where was the first quarterback chosen the following year in 1984? Boomer Esiason goes in the second round.
Yeah.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
Mm-hmm.
In 85, who's the first round quarterback chosen? There isn't one. This need to get a quarterback feels like it's all about media. Well, it's not really about getting talent.
It's how the game is now. We get enamored with these one-hit wonders that have one great year of college. Trubisky and Howell come to mind. Remember the TIR rule.
What's the rule? What's the rule?
Don't trust UNC quarterbacks.
Never trust a UNC QB.
Right? And that's what kind of kills me about this Drake May thing. Yeah, he did play. He started 2 years at Carolina, and they were both great years. Mm-hmm. But the fact of the matter is you're playing against ACC quality defenses, and they're not good. Mm-hmm. The ACC is not a good football conference. Right? There's
great
a
basketball
reason.
Conference.
Oh, outstanding. And they should have just leaned into being a great basketball conference rather than trying to catch up in football.
There's a chat that I'm a part of some of the most brilliant men in America, in the world maybe, that are also sports fans. Some of them UNC fans. I had to tell the TIR rule to these are OGs. I had to tell the TIR rule, and I said Drake May, at best, Blake Bortles.
Oh yeah.
At best.
You know, and the thing is, he was surrounded by very good offensive skill players.
Yeah.
And how many times have we talked about this? I swung and missed on Josh Allen. I really did. But that man played with no talent at Wyoming. None.
He ran the ball and was he was a 47% career passer.
And he topped out at his last year in college. His highest completion percentage. It was 58%.
And his numbers, I followed him. He's not from the Bay, he's from the Central Valley, but he actually went to the same high school as the Cars. I think he grew up going to the Cars little football camp. I shouldn't say little football camp they have out there, right? Josh Allen has all the size in the world. I never would have thought that was a first round talent if you watched any games of him at Wyoming.
Dude, for his first 2 years, when it didn't look good in Buffalo, I'm like, just transition to tight end because you have the size and the speed to be a great tight end. And then what happened to year 3? He just fucking is surrounded by good offensive talent to where they play to his strengths, right? And yes, he turns the ball over. And I think a lot of that has to do with him just trying to make plays. Yeah. And for years, what did we do? We congratulated Brett Favre on doing the same shit. But see, now suddenly, because we're used to quarterbacks throwing for 5,000 yards a season with 48 touchdowns and 12 picks, when you bust 14, this guy's obviously inaccurate and is a bad decision maker. And forgetting full well that Favre, at a couple points in his career, had 25 interceptions in a season.
Oh, you can blame it on the drugs, right? You can say those drug years.
Yeah.
But Favre, I've heard Favre say it in interviews, even when he was still playing, he goes, when Sterling Sharp was on this team, that's all I was looking for was Sterling Sharp.
Yeah. Yeah. Because you got to think those early Green Bay years he was there, Sterling was the only person that could catch a fucking football. You know?
He was a beast.
Oh, God.
He was a physical beast at the position like we hadn't seen. Think about those. Look, let's go back to, let's slow down a little bit. And let's
hop in the way back machine.
Let's just go back. Let's circle back to the original conversation. My whole thing about always needing to think that the quarterback has to go 1 overall gets you in these situations where you say Baker Mayfield's the #1 pick. You say Sam Bradford is the #1 pick. And there were years where quarterbacks won Heisman's. Gino Torretta comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
And what did everybody say about Gino Torretta's Heisman? Yeah, he put up some fucking gaudy numbers at Miami, but he's throwing crossing routes to Lamar Thomas.
Yeah.
And he's got this all-world team around him. The same thing about David Klingler and Andre Ware. They're putting up ungodly numbers at the University of Houston. You know, one game, I think they scored 77 on somebody.
Mm-hmm.
They both go in the first round. And I remember ESPN was doing specials on showing how these guys were learning how to take 7-step drops because they played in a shotgun. And they didn't know how to take 7-step drops.
Yeah, and we also have to keep in mind, this is the post-Southwest Conference Houston Cougars.
Yes.
This isn't Southwest Conference Houston Cougars. This team played nobody. Houston played nobody, right? We're still a few years from the formation of Conference USA and Houston joining it. You know,
this is after the death penalty to SMU.
To SMU, yeah. You know, and people forget that it's easy to put up numbers against the former smaller Southwest Conference teams like TCU that got left out. You know,
oh, they 84. If you go back and look at the 1988 through 91 Houston Cougars teams, there's some scores that they look like Madden scores when you're playing on easy mode. I remember Andre Ware had a line where he threw for 700 yards and like 7 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was like 770, I believe.
Stupid numbers these guys were. And they ended up being busts, but the league was different. And you said this, and I think this is one of the best things you've said on the show. The NFL has changed to change their offensive systems around the players they draft. Before it was, he's got the size. Look at him. He's 6'4".
He's got the size. He's got the arm. We'll just plug him in and he's going to be great.
He'll figure it out. We'll coach him up. He'll figure it out. These guys weren't looking at defenses the same way. Now, and there's a who was the coach of the Raiders that won the 2 Super Bowls in the 80s?
Flores.
Tom Flores. Thank you.
Tom Flores.
I believe he's the first ever Latin American player or coach to win Super Bowl. Anyway, and Jim Plunkett, if I'm not mistaken, is the first ever Native American player to win the Super Bowl.
Correct.
Trivia for you guys.
Because we're all inclusive here. All right, that's what we are. If anything, we are very.
The Raiders have been amazing at playing the DEI game since their inception. Doesn't mean Al Davis wasn't a racist. They're just really good at playing the DEI game.
Yeah. If you could run a 4.240, Al Davis can look past the color.
Does not. But you start fucking his family, he will bench your black ass. He will bench. He will fuck up a whole legacy. He's like, I don't care if this team doesn't win a game. That nigga's not fucking my granddaughter. Can't have that large nigga dick all in my family.
Mixed babies in my family? Absolutely not.
No. Al Davis is out here like, we coming for you, nigga. With a minute.
Yep.
Can't wait to see the Raider emails on this one.
Oh God, yeah. Raiders Nation's gonna be all up in our shit tomorrow.
Tom Flores was the coach of the Seattle Seahawks when the big quarterback talk was Drew Bledsoe or can't think of his name. He went to
Meyer. It was
Rick Meyer. Rick Meyer. Thank you. Rick Meyer. Who was going to go number 1? I believe Bledsoe goes number 1 to the Patriots.
He does.
Meyer goes number 2 to the Seahawks. Meyer wins Rookie of the Year that year.
Which shocked me because you got to think Bledsoe walks into a worse system. The only 2 other players really worth a shit on that 93 team or 92 team was Bruce Armstrong, left tackle, Ben Coates, tight end. That was it.
What was Irving Fryer was long gone. He was in Miami by then. Huh?
He wasn't long gone. They moved him the year before Bledsoe was drafted.
Okay.
And then you had Leonard Russell, who had a lot of good years in New England, that got moved to San Diego.
I feel like there was like no one on that team when he comes there. Those were rough years if you were a Patriots fan.
Oh yeah.
But when we think about Rick Meyer and what he did in Seattle, I think they were 10-6 that year.
Yeah, and that was honestly behind a strong running game. I think, Meyer had good numbers, but I think it should tell you the quality of the rookie to win the rookie of the year that year. You know what I mean? Like when you're
Well,
talking numbers.
Tom Flores also said, "You're a rookie. We're going to cut the field in half if you don't see your first read run." And Meyer was going to be the next Joe Montana.
Yeah. And
they
then
get rid of Flores soon after. Meyer is never the same. Defenses found out, oh, this guy never looks left.
No, and he doesn't make a second read. And I think his second year, he only completed 46% of his passes.
Oof. Are you did you pull it up right now? Did you pull it up?
No, I looked up Meyer a couple weeks ago.
For no good reason.
No, we were talking, I was in this group chat and we were talking about busts, right?
Mhm.
And yeah, I get with Coach Will. It does depend on where you're at to look at your success, right? But you got to think Myers drafted 93. He lasted until 2004. So he had an 11-year career.
A long career because everybody wanted to kick the tires.
Yeah.
And we have to remember too that the Seahawks had some big misses. Dan McGuire comes to mind. Mark's much taller brother that went to San Diego State.
Mm-hmm.
But it felt like
here's Myers' rookie year. Okay, this is the stats. These are the stats.
Let's hear it.
486 attempts, 274 completions, 2,833 yards, 12 TDs, 17 picks, with 68 rushes for 343 and 3 touchdowns.
And that was rookie of the year, right? I'm not lying, am I?
That's rookie of the year. Now, the following season, he threw for 700 fewer yards, 1 fewer touchdown, fewer interceptions. But he never passed for more than 2,500 yards in a season. And now you got to think, the league is pass happy now. But we're in the time where people saw what the run and shoot did.
Mm-hmm.
We saw what it worked in Buffalo, got them to 4 fucking Super Bowls in a row. Yeah, they didn't win, but guess what? They went to the Super Bowl. Teams started copycatting the run and shoot. And the thing is, we don't have the coaching trees then as we do now with the coaches that could properly implement it. Mm-hmm. They just thought we can put this fucker in the shotgun and he could huck and chuck at football and we're going to run some routes and somebody will catch it and we're going to score a buttload of points. And that's not exactly how it works, right? So like the fact that he only threw for 2,500 yards, and you got to think this is the time where, Troy Aikman was considered a top tier QB and he never broke 4,000 yards, right?
Different game. You're right. Different
game. But, Meyer was a bust. Like this guy, Seattle fucked up by firing Flores. I think Seattle hired him with the hope that he can come in and do what he did with the Raiders, right? Like flip a switch, do some good coaching, and that team did a 180, right? And that's not going to happen in Seattle. And that goes with what we were just talking about earlier. When you have decades of just ineptitude, you can't undo that in a year or two. You just can't.
Yeah.
And like people look at like Cincinnati is the most recent.
Ooh, that's a really good point.
Right? Like they had 40 years of being dog shit. Just absolute dog shit. Do we need to bring up Achilles Smith? I'm just saying.
We can talk about the post-Boomer years. The Boomer Esiason comes to a team that is coming off of the end of Ken Anderson, who is one of the greater quarterbacks of the 70s. Thank you, Bill Walsh, for installing that West Coast system,
which was transformative for 40 years until you literally, this is what people forget. Walsh institutes the West Coast offense, changes the game. Defenses cannot figure it out. Just can't figure out. And who does figure it out? Tony Dungy with the Tampa 2. Immediately, the minute Dungy gets his hands on being an actual defensive coordinator, not a position coach, he's a coordinator. And he says, listen, we can counteract the West Coast with this defense, the Tampa 2, right? Well, what became known as the Tampa 2.
Yeah.
And he turned that into the head coaching job in Tampa, where he rebuilt that entire franchise again after decades of ineptitude.
They have the Doug Williams years in the late 70s.
And And then, but even then, you gotta think. I think that was more Doug Williams than anything.
Yeah. Well, they had who was the running back? Oh God, it wasn't O.J. Anderson. It was
Oh God,
Leroy Selman is on that team that
Mhm.
turns a corner. There's a running back and a receiver they had that were pretty good. I can't remember off the top of my head,
The
but
running back-
again, to your point, no,
Yeah.
it's not super talent laden. What I'm trying to get at though is that there was a moment, but again, contracts do play a part because everything does change with some of these, especially back end heavy contracts. But the way people talk about the game also influences the way the game is drafted for and played. We can't act like there is no correlation whatsoever.
I mean, you're absolutely correct. That's why Haslam went with Johnny Manziel, right?
He was the talk of the town.
Yeah. Guy could not play real football, and he copped to it on camera on the Netflix doc. He was like, playbook. I never looked at that shit. Like
And even if he did, Joe Thomas, who let's add this caveat, not the happiest with Johnny Manziel and Johnny
No.
Manziel's attitude as he's at the twilight of his career. And Manziel let's also give Manziel his props for being so forward as a young man trying to come into his own. I still think he was high as a kite on that Shannon Sharp interview.
I believe so. I believe so too. Yeah.
But admitting that he pissed away Joe Thomas's twilight years. But Joe Thomas goes, Manziel didn't have the biggest arm, and for a little guy, he wasn't that fast.
Yeah. I mean, and this is what people forget. In college, we have 128 now FBS teams.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of talent going a lot of different ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can not be fast, but look fast on the field as you and I are watching TV.
Yes.
Get to the NFL, though.
Michael Vick showed you that speed was real.
Yes. And the thing is, Vic translated that into the pros, right?
Yes.
Manziel looked fast and nimble in college. That first game he started in Cleveland, and it was a bootleg, and I remember it plain as day because I was like, I have to watch this game. It's his first start, right? I have to watch it just for novelty's sake. And he thought that he could literally juke out a defensive end. And this defensive end just planted him into the fucking ground, right? Just, he was part of the turf, like that. You can't, when there are players like Michael Vick who could pull that off because they were actually that fast against everybody. Johnny Manziel was that fast against Vanderbilt. Okay, like he was not that.
Football speed does not translate to 40 time.
No, it doesn't.
40 time at this point, 40 time is strictly for people like us to comment on and act like it means something. There was a thing back in the day where NFL stars would run in some Olympic events. Do you remember that? Who's the fastest man in the NFL? And that was Darryl Green's title. It'd be like Darryl Green versus Ronaldo Nehemiah, if you remember that, who actually ran.
And you also had
Darryl Green versus Willie Galt.
Vi Sikahema. Remember Vi Sikahema?
Yes.
He was actually an Olympic runner that only returned kicks his senior year of college. And then he got drafted by the Cardinals.
Well, Willie Galt is literally an Olympic runner. Ronaldo Nehemiah was an Olympic athlete as well. And what was the knock? They can't go over the middle. Whatever. The point is, there was an event where if you really wanted to see dudes go at it on the 40, because these guys are at the end of the day, they're really vicious competitors. Would I rather see Tyreek Hill run a 40 against DK Metcalf in the Pro Bowl? Yep, all day long. I don't need to see it at the combine. It doesn't mean what people think it means. Jerry Rice ran a crap 40. He was untouchable on a crossing route.
Yeah, I mean, dude, look at Edelman. Option quarterback who wasn't that fast at Kent State goes undrafted.
How long was his career?
12 years. 12 years. And you got to think, for a 5-year period, you could argue he was the best slot receiver in the NFL.
This stuff doesn't freaking matter as much as they make it seem. The combine is no longer for the scouts. It's more for dollars. And if you have a hell of a workout, you might move up on draft boards. But
And
even then,
we call it the Mamula, the Mike
Mamula
Mamula
effect. But even then, guys, the NFL now knows it's like, look, these workout freaks, Vernon Davis, he ran a 4.340 at 2:45. It took him years before he was like a competent tight end.
Yeah, and even then, you got to think Davis was one of those guys that tried to get away with just being talented.
Mhm.
And you can't do that in the NFL. You can't do that in the NBA. You can't do that in the NHL. You can't do that in Major League Baseball. You just can't get away with talent when you're at the top of your sport pyramid, right? Like you can't. You have to be very smart. You have to be, a guy that, especially now, where can you imagine if guys like Earl Campbell had the knowledge of nutrition and sports science that we have now? It would have been fucking nuts, man.
He'd be Derrick Henry.
Yeah. And this is what I love about a lot of these players now, because what's the big conservative knock against seeing a bunch of young black athletes with money? They're going to blow it. Bullshit. These
Not
guys
anymore.
know now.
Not anymore. That's over.
Yeah. They
over.
have transformative wealth and they can take care of people and they're much smarter. I mean, fuck, dude. You still have players that step on their dick. You absolutely do. Henry Riggs, case in point, right?
Oof.
Henry Riggs, case in point. But out of 100 players, 99 of them, you're not seeing them get in trouble anymore. When they go out as a large group and they leave together. They don't put themselves in positions to where
I think social media plays a role to a certain extent because you can't get away with what you got away with before.
I agree with you 100%, but I also think a lot of these players couple being smarter with that. Like
I do agree with this. Will's come on here and talked about it from his players that are in the NBA, where they're like they want to stay late now for the rookie symposium and find out more about branding and how they can flip this money and yada yada yada. I think that's where people are in general. A lot of people. I don't give a fuck if you are a first round draft pick or the third dude on a trash truck. Everybody wants to figure out how to flip this money and get this bag. That's kind of the mentality.
I mean, and it honestly, it's because so many of these people come from economically disadvantaged areas. They're like, I literally for most of my life was one bad month away from being in my car with my mom and my brothers and sisters, right? Like they know.
There's a few. I do think that's changing. I think we're seeing a lot more guys that.
Yeah, but you're also seeing a lot more parents that are literally taking out an extra mortgage on their home to make sure these kids can go play AAU ball and shit like that.
Agree.
So like we are seeing, and I tip my cap to you for literally making a fucking spreadsheet on second and third generation athletes, right? You're absolutely right. We're seeing more seconds and juniors and thirds in the league, right?
Both all leagues now.
Yes,
all leagues.
Every fucking one of them.
Yeah.
And we can't even just talk about what we typically call the big four. MLS, you're seeing second and third generation European players, kids coming over to MLS now, rather than staying home in their domestic leagues. So like, yes, it is changing, but let's face it, you still have guys like Derrick Henry who grew up with nothing. Right. And I think this is where my biggest rub with this whole free agency thing is. And then we're going to have to do like a rapid fire thing because I do have to go to bed. We have two positions now that are now considered positions without any value: safety and running back. Jason, you just lost Justin Simmons, arguably one of the best safeties
in the league,
who was just cut.
Yeah.
Right. The front office put no value on this. Derrick Henry is going to be a Hall of Fame running back. I don't think there's any question about that. Nobody approaches the game the way he does. I will argue all day long. If you see diminished returns and injuries, it's because of overuse by a poorly planned Titans offense. That's the long and short of it. Right? Henry was so transformative and so transcendent at his position, a position even when he was drafted had no value, right? he put up a 2,000-yard season, and fucking even last year when last few years he's missed at least 3 to 4 games, still putting up over 1,000 yards and over 10 touchdowns. I think there's value there, right?
Mhm.
But he ends up in Baltimore, which I think is perfect because you know what Derrick Henry is not going to be expected to do? Carry the rushing load all by himself. And can you imagine? Okay, and people are like, well, he's 30 now. Dude, Derrick Henry doesn't drink. He's a fucking vegan. He takes amazing care of himself, right?
Mhm.
Can you imagine if he gets 100 less carries a year? But still, I could see him putting up 1,400 yards next year. Running RPOs with Lamar Jackson. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God, that's going to be beautiful. It is going to be beautiful to watch. Because go ahead and stack the box. Go ahead. Knock yourself out.
Well, I want to read you a year, the year of 2010, the 2010 draft class. Number 1 draft pick overall, Sam Bradford.
Yeah.
He threw for 19,000 yards, 103 touchdowns, and 61 picks in his career.
Mm-hmm.
First
kid
pick
who
overall.
could not physically hack the game, though. His knees were shot in Oklahoma.
His knees were shot in Oklahoma when he won the Heisman. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he gets to the pros and blows out an ACL in both knee once. But it takes a year to rehab. But I mean, this is where I tip my cap to Sam Bradford. Nobody made more money doing less than Sam fucking Bradford. He signed guaranteed contracts. The dude walked away in his playing career with like $95 million.
Do you know who the second quarterback chosen that year was in the first round?
2010?
Yep.
I don't know.
Tim Tebow.
Oh, in the third round, wasn't it?
No, the Broncos traded up for him.
Wow, he got taken. Oh my gosh, that's right. That's right.
Tim Tebow is there's 2 quarterbacks taken in 2010 that have. Tebow's career is memorable because he's Tim Tebow, maybe the greatest college quarterback of all time, and that playoff run is kind of amazing. That run where they just go from just a trash team to they won was like 6 or 7 games straight, 8 games straight, and they beat the Steelers with that last one. That great.
Dude, Jason, you're right because it was Claret that went in the third round.
Claret went in the third round. They never played a down in the NFL.
Never.
First quarterback taken in the second round that year. The Carolina Panthers take Jimmy Clausen.
Yeah, Notre Dame.
In the second round, they only let him play for a year before they go, we had enough of this.
Yeah, because he went 1-15. The Panthers went 1-15 that year.
The quarterback doesn't go at all in the second round after that. Then Colt McCoy goes in the third round to Cleveland.
Serviceable backup for a long time.
Serviceable, yeah. Has he retired? Is he still in the league?
I think he's still kicking around, actually.
At that point, everyone else I name, you're not going to know. Mike Kafka.
Northwestern.
Who else do I see here? We're in the 5th round now. John Skelton.
Skelton. No idea where he played.
Who else do we see here? Jonathan Crompton. Never even played in the NFL at Tennessee. Rusty Smith from Florida Atlantic.
That guy, that sounds like a guy who played baseball for the Mets in the mid to late 70s.
You're thinking of Rusty Staub.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly where I went. Because remember, Staub was traded to Montreal in its first year, and he became a huge star in Montreal. They called him, it was like essentially his nickname they gave him translated into Firehead.
If I start naming you these quarterbacks, you'd be like, I don't know who this. Most people are like, I don't know who these guys are. That's just 2010.
Yeah.
Sam Bradford, there's always a swing and a miss. Right? There's always going to be a swing and a miss somewhere. The next year, 2011, I found this really cool site. It's called Pro Football Reference.
Pro Football Reference is amazing.
The Super Bowl champ that year was the New York Giants. You don't care to remember that, and that's fine. I'm just yelling it out now. Aaron Rodgers was the MVP. Cam Newton was the offensive.
I just got home from Afghanistan, and I went to a strip club to watch that game. and they were giving away a free bar tab and saw how I reacted to the Pats losing, and they gave it to me. There was no drawing for it. They just gave it to me.
So listen to some of these numbers for the players that year. Cam Newton's rookie of the year. He does have one of the best rookie seasons I can remember in a long time. Von Miller in a defensive rookie of the year also.
Yep.
What a dominant player before those injuries. Drew Brees is the offensive player of the year. He threw for 5,476 yards. My God.
Yeah,
Defensive player of the year, Terrell Suggs. Who do you think was the rushing leader that year?
In 2011.
No one's going to guess it. Maurice Jones-Drew.
For Jacksonville, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the receiving leader was Calvin Johnson. One of the most frightening.
How did Texas piss away that?
So listen. Cam Newton is the first player taken. Von Miller's the second player taken. Those 1 and 2s, probably the best 1 and 2s in the last 10, 15 years, right?
Oh, easily.
They play each other in a Super Bowl a few years later, actually. What, 4 years later, 3 years later, they play each other in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
The number 3 player taken, I'd love to hear your take on this, Marcel Darius.
Oh my gosh. Dude, what was he? What position he play?
Defensive tackle. He's a tackle.
Yeah, he was going to be a tackle out of Bama, right?
Yeah.
Like I just
this is that moment where if you went to a certain school, regardless of if you were good or not, you were going to be drafted and then the first round because everyone thought that school had all the talent.
Yeah.
Right now, look at the wide receivers that came out of Alabama in the last 4 years. They're not really lighting the world on fire.
Yeah, James. Well, you got to think. The kid Detroit took got drafted coming off an ACL injury. He was a transfer from Ohio State. He blew out his knee in the national championship game. So like he's had it's been hard for him to get adjusted to like get it inside the game, especially when you got a really. I love Amon St. Rod Brown. I fucking love that guy.
I love the St. Brown brothers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know only one's in the league now, right?
Equanimous is bouncing around. I think he'll probably get a contract because so many teams just need wideouts right now. But I mean, we can honestly say Amon is the better brother. Like, very good names in that family. Do not get me wrong, but but yeah, like you got to think Amari Cooper really did it. Henry
Ruggs, Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy. But let's go back to 2011. I want to go down this 2011 list with you for a second.
Okay.
The next quarterback taken in that draft, Jake Locker.
Second round, Tennessee.
First round. The next quarterback taken in this draft.
Oh yeah, he was what 16, right?
10.
10? Jesus Christ, I'm getting old.
Sorry, 8.
8
to Tennessee.
Tennessee.
You know who went 10? Blaine Gabbert.
Jacksonville.
Went 10 to Jacksonville. You know who went after Gabbert? J.J. Watt. You know who went after J.J. Watt? Anyone? Christian Ponder.
Wow, man.
Jake Locker had some seasons at UW where I really thought he was a good quarterback, but he also had some crazy injuries.
Yeah,
at the college level.
And the thing is, when they plugged him into the starting lineup in Tennessee, he looked confused. Like I've never seen a quarterback look confused before.
Yes.
And then when you look at a guy like Gabbert, how did he get drafted?
He, like you said, they have these years,
and front office people think, okay, he had this year in college. We can coach him up, get him into a professional, weight training and nutrition program, and he's gonna be great. And the thing is, you said it last week. Well, he's got the requirements. See the height. He's got the arm. He's got the height.
See, the kid's gonna be a star. See. He's 6'4". He's a big white guy. Oh my God! Look at those flowing locks.
Can't miss on this one. He's gonna be great. Yeah,
I'm going to read you his stats. Are you ready?
I am ready.
For some reason, it's not. Oh, here's his passing numbers. He didn't start as a freshman. It looks like he starts as a sophomore. His sophomore season, he throws for 35.93, 24 touchdowns, 9 picks, with a 58% pass completion percentage. His junior year, because he comes out as a junior.
Okay.
He increases his passing percentage to 63.4. He throws for less yards, 31.86, less touchdowns. He's 16-9 for touchdowns and interceptions. Rushing the ball, let's see if he's better running the ball. He's pretty pedestrian running the ball, averaging about 2 yards per attempt. That's his college stats that made him a first-round draft pick.
Dude, and the thing is, you got to think. People get paid some good money to scout.
Mm-hmm.
And there are times where I watch a game and I'll hear, the commentators go, "Oh my gosh, just look at what he's done." Dude, it's like Joe Milton. Let's just talk about Joe Milton real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't beat J.J. McCarthy for the starting job at Michigan, transfers to Tennessee. Tennessee has some amazing skill players.
Mm-hmm.
Milton can take a knee and throw the ball 80 fucking yards. Milton cannot hit a crossing route. And for me, it goes into scouting because I'm watching the combine. Milton's doing the throwing part of it because he knows I didn't play well enough in college. I have to impress people here. And it's like, dude, you already got it locked. Somebody is going to take a chance on you because you literally took a knee and threw the ball 80 fucking yards. That's all they're going to see.
So the 3 first-round quarterbacks in 2011 are Cam Newton, Jake Locker, Blaine Gabbert, Christian Ponder. That's it.
And you got to think Ponder's only famous because of who his wife is.
Who's his wife?
She worked for ESPN. She was an sideline reporter.
Oh, I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
I never liked him at Florida State.
I don't like any Florida State quarterback. Really,
I'm with you on that. Maybe that's why. Peter Tom Willis and Hinky, Winky Hinky dog.
Winky.
Andy Dalton is the first quarterback taken in the second round. And you know who goes right after Andy Dalton to the San Francisco 49ers? Colin Kaepernick.
Let's be honest. Dalton was a serviceable guy. He was in a great offense in college.
He's having a very good pro career.
Yeah.
If I met Andy Dalton at a coffee shop, I couldn't say anything bad about his pro career.
Yeah, and
right?
I wouldn't. And the thing is, he's made it longer than anybody really gave him a shot for. He played on some pedestrian, dude. The poor guy he played in that bridge, that Cincinnati bridge where they're going from awful to good, and he gets
the end of Carson Palmer's career, the end of Chad Johnson's career, the end of Hushmanzada. Yeah,
dude, and this is what I'm saying. He got caught in that Marvin Lewis loop, where Marvin Lewis had so much backing from the Brown family. It was okay for him just to make the playoffs and lose in the wild card round. The Brown family was happy. They made the playoffs.
Can I tell you about Colin Kaepernick's college career? As I followed his career for the last 2 seasons of it at Nevada.
I love
the Mountain West, right? I love Big West. So Colin Kaepernick, or he played in the WAC, sorry. His freshman year he starts.
No, the WAC had done away with football at this point. He played in the Mountain West.
Okay, it's saying it was the WAC, but I get it.
Yeah.
He starts as a freshman, 53% completion percentage, 2,100 yards, 19 touchdowns, 3 picks. Rushing the ball, because they're playing in the pistol.
Mm-hmm.
Freshman year, 100 carries for 593 yards, 6 touchdowns. Pretty good, right?
Almost 6 yards of crack, yeah.
Pretty good. His sophomore season, he increases the completion percentage by 1 percentage point, 54.3. Now he throws for 2,849 yards, 22 touchdowns and 7 picks. Rushing wise, let's go check out his rushing. 161 carries for 1,130 yards.
Absolutely crazy.
17 rushing touchdowns.
Absolutely nuts. And the thing is, that was the magic of Chris Alt in the pistol.
Let's go to his junior year. Remember, he played 4 years.
Yeah.
Junior year, throws for way less yards. Completion percentage is still going up. 58% completion percentage. Throws for 2,000 yards, 20 touchdowns. He's way more efficient now with the passes. 6 picks. Rushing the ball. Let's see what he does running the ball. He runs for more yards. 161 carries, same amount of carries. 1,183 yards, 16 touchdowns. His senior season.
And I think his junior year was the year Nevada had Cap break 1,000 yards, and then their starting tailback, also had 1,000, and then they had a second running back that had like 600. So rather than kind of doing the typical pistol thing where you would take the deep shots down the field, Alt kind of retooled it to where it was more run heavy. So you didn't see Cap really pushing the ball. But why would you not do what you've obviously are really good at, which was running?
Well, this is what happens when Kaepernick plays. He plays a couple more games because now they're making bowl games here in Nevada. He has a 64.9% completion percentage, so he's increased it 10 points since his freshman year. He throws for 3,022 yards, 21 touchdowns, only 8 picks, rushes the ball for 173 times for 1,206 yards and 20 TDs. Tell me why those weren't number 1 overall pick numbers.
I will tell you,
or at least first round worthy numbers.
Are you ready? It's 3 letters, my friend. UNR. University of Nevada, Reno. That's all it was. And honestly, people like pro coaches look down on Chris Alt in the pistol.
But the Broncos run the pistol with Peyton Manning.
Well, yeah,
with that Peyton Manning years, they're running the pistol because Peyton Manning says that no Sean Moreno told him he got a better shot at could see the hole better through the pistol.
Mm-hmm.
They're running the pistol, and Peyton Manning puts up, so far, still in the 16-game season, even in the 17-game season, the greatest season a quarterback has ever had.
Yeah. But see, that's the thing. You got to think when Cap was coming out, that Peyton going to Denver was a few years later. And you got to also think that Peyton has pull where no coach, no front office is going to tell him no.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Okay. But everybody thought the pistol was kind of like a gimmick offense until, Joey, you're absolutely right. People started incorporating alt offense in some way, shape, or form everywhere. Now you can't run an offense without having some form of the pistol. People don't realize, they say, well, McVay and McDaniels and Shanahan, they have their own system. A lot of it is heavily borrowed from Chris Alt and what he did in 2 different stints at Nevada. Mm-hmm. And the only reason Alt developed the pistol was because he knew, I am not going to keep the top players in Nevada here to go to Reno. But what I can do is make a system to put my players that I have in the best position to succeed, because Chris Alt is a G. Okay, period. That's all I'm going to say about Chris Alt. He was he's every bit the visionary Bill Walsh was when you talk about game-changing offenses.
Agreed.
Right. Period. He's not going to get the credit Bill Walsh did. But if you know the game, that's true. But that's what it was. Like Peyton Manning advocating for it is one thing. Can you imagine somebody like Andy Dalton advocating for it? The coach is going
to listen.
Yeah, they're going to laugh at him. Right?
Laugh at you.
Yeah, but Manning, he can do that. Especially when he is getting the, some feedback from his running back, and he's like, you know what? That actually makes a lot of fucking sense. Let's do this then. Manning wanted to win. If Manning had more speed, he'd be like, you know what? I will run the wing T option.
So let's look 2013. Let's fast forward 2013 NFL draft. This is what I'm talking about, forcing these quarterbacks into the draft. Peyton Manning's the MVP, 5,477 yards. LaShawn McCoy leads the league in rushing. Josh Gordon leads the league in receiving.
Dude, what talk about a wasted
Oof.
opportunity, man. I love
So
Josh Gordon. I love Josh Gordon.
the first few picks are offensive tackles, Eric Fisher and Luke Joeckel. Miami takes a flyer on a crazy athlete in Deion Jordan, who didn't really have
Did not have what it take to play in the NFL.
no, not at all. Another tackle, Lane Johnson. Ezekiel Ansah goes number 5.
Yep.
We can go into all the players that didn't pan out or that were okay. By the time we get a quarterback, it's Buffalo at 16. And do you remember who they took?
This is 2013, correct?
Yep.
JP Losman?
You wish. No, that was way before.
Was it way
It's
before?
in the 2000s.
Okay.
EJ Manuel.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Florida State.
When we're right, we're right.
Maybe we should just say don't trust ACC quarterbacks at this point.
You know who was the first quarterback chosen in the second round? Geno Smith.
Oh, Geno. I mean, the thing is, I'm glad Geno has kind of had like a career resurrection.
Yes.
Because he toiled for a lot of years on some bad teams. And I was glad that he got a second chance. But I think with the new coaching staff in Seattle, I think they'll be quick with a hook with him because he's not like their guy, you know?
Now we're in 2014, Offensive Player of the Year, DeMarco Murray. Remember that guy?
Mm-hmm.
Oof. First quarterback taken, 2014, Blake Bortles. Why?
You want to know why I know Blake Bortles? The sitcom The Good Place?
Yeah. That kid is always like, in that time, Blake Bortles? I'm like, how do you remember these games? Because they weren't that good.
Yeah. Jason from Jacksonville, who died locking himself in a safe.
The Good Place is it was a good show.
Oh God.
So Johnny Manziel is the second quarterback taken at 22 by the Cleveland Browns. We all know that story. You know who the last quarterback taken in the first round was?
I can't remember off the top of my head, bro.
He's finally retired. Teddy Bridgewater.
Wow. Minnesota. That's right.
Derek Carr, who I thought was a first round talent at Fresno State, is taken by the Oakland Raiders in the second round.
Yeah, early second.
He's a fourth pick token. And then they don't take a quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo goes to New England at the end of the second round.
I don't know if you saw the Raiders are going to
cut him. He got cut, yeah.
Yeah.
He got released. And then there's no quarterbacks taken in the third round. So we're still in a moment where, some of these quarterbacks are kind of shoehorned in, but they're still not dominating the first round.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, with the way those are the years the game's changing. We're seeing the shift, right?
And here I feel this is the shift year. Tampa takes Jameis Winston first overall.
And then Marcus Mariota goes 2.
Marcus Mariota just got a job. Where did he go? I forgot.
Washington.
He just got a job.
Mm-hmm.
That means they're going to draft a quarterback that's a project. Get ready, Jaden Daniels.
Yeah. Bro, the thing is, when he signed in Atlanta, I was like, well, maybe this is good for him, right? Like the expectations off. He can just go out and play football. And then when you saw him play, and keep in mind, I think this goes back to what we were saying about Manziel. Mariota looked fast on the field at Oregon.
Yes.
You know where he doesn't look fast, though? On an NFL field.
Not at all.
Right? Yeah. So when he makes his first read and it's covered, he goes to take off running. And you see him get 2 yards and he just slides. It's just like
he doesn't want to die.
Yeah, it's just like, well, at least you're making smart decisions with your mental, like your brain health. But like, bro, why not step up in the pocket when it starts collapsing and just do a dump off? Like get the ball out. 4 yards is better than 2 last I checked.
I would say he had an okay career so far. They went to some playoffs in Tennessee and they weren't that good when he got there.
Well, dude, let's face it. We can sit here as fans and prognosticators and talk shit.
Real talk.
He's still in the league.
Real talk.
he's doing better than, you know, most people that I mean, Jim Druckenmiller, first round pick. He made it, what, 2 years?
He didn't go in the first.
Yeah, he did. He went like 23rd.
And by the Niners?
Yeah.
Nope.
Are you
Jim
sure?
Druckenmiller went in the second.
Was it
But
second?
if I'm wrong, I'll buy you a fucking
a Jim Druckenmiller jersey.
No, I respect you as a human.
I don't hate you that much.
I don't want you to have to always explain the joke.
First round of the 1997 NFL draft with the
Then I owe
26th
you
overall pick.
I owe you a cookout DoorDash, crispy ass hamburger in a greasy bag.
Give me that giant hockey puck.
That's what you fit. I'm gonna get you a cookout meal. What's your favorite milkshake?
Oh, chocolate, of course.
Okay.
All right.
I thought you were gonna get fancy with it. Like, I like a cherry chocolate.
Absolutely not. I am not that person. Here we go. Here's everybody for Jim Druckenmiller. Played for the Niners, the Dolphins, and the Colts, as well as the Memphis Maniacs of the XFL 1.0 and the Los Angeles Avengers of the Arena Football
League. Dude, Jim Druckenmiller is a name that it's like, you ever seen the movie Kingpin? Don't get Munson out here. Did you just Druckenmiller that thing? What does that mean to Druckenmiller something? To mean to have the world in the palm of your hands and just shit it away.
And everybody, I just want you to know we didn't make up Druckenmillering it. He did that when he played for the Avengers. Okay, he was literally on the sidelines like, Jim, how'd you Druckenmiller this?
How'd you Druckenmiller this?
You were on an NFL roster. You were a first round pick.
That was his whole life, dude. You know, this 2017 draft, Myles Garrett goes 1 overall. Perfect. Number 2, maybe one of the biggest misses in NFL history. Mitchell Trubisky goes number 2 to the Bears.
Old Mitch.
Didn't they trade up for that?
Yeah.
Solomon Thomas goes to the Niners at 3. Leonard Fournette goes to Jacksonville at 4. That was still unheard of.
Yeah. Dude, this is at the point where running backs taken in the first round were starting to be like a rarity, and then Jacksonville takes him at 4. And I remember watching the draft, and Mel Kiper, they have the camera on him, and you see him go, what the fuck?
The best talent of the draft, Christian McCaffrey, went 8 to Carolina.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes, of course, goes 10 to Kansas City.
Which
Deshaun Watson.
Kiper shit on them for taking him at 10.
Sometimes those guys are wrong.
That's what happens when you ingest too much Old Bay. Okay. Stop eating that shit.
I like it on French fries. I think it's great on French fries.
My kids are indigenous, so like every month every weekend they do like this kind of like market where they put out like it's like a giant grocery store and it's free for members. So like my ex will go down there with both kids, so she gets like 3 times the amount because every registered member gets a certain allotment of points, and you spend your points and you get whatever you want, right? So there's this company run off the reservation that make these great seasonings, and there's like 4 different kinds, and they're just fucking amazing, dude. So like I give my kids like $20, and I'm like, each. I'm like, I want 1 of each. Spend your points. Here's money. And they're like, so I turn free stuff into cash, and I'm like, yeah, bro. So I have like this backlog, Jason, of like, I'm not even kidding, like 60 bottles of just the seasoning. So last week, the kids are like, they both walk up to me with their hands out, and they're like, so we need our 20. We're going to the market with mom. And I'm like, I'm good, guys. I have like everything I need for probably the next 12 years. And they both look at me, and my daughter goes, it's a week before my birthday, and you're going to pull this. And I'm just like,
damn.
Your mother and I have awesome gifts for you. And it's funny. Like I took her to get another piercing, like the cartilage, like right here. And my daughter's got like a ton of piercings in her ears. And she's like, Dad, you know that song's Stacy's Mom? And I'm like,
Oh,
one,
Jesus.
do I know it? It's fucking amazing. And she's like, the kid the song's about is kind of a creeper. And I'm like, kiddo, you haven't seen the video where Stacy's mom is Rachel Hunter, who to this day is still one of the most beautiful women.
What's
ever.
the Bowling for Soup? Is that the band Bowling
No,
for
it's
Soup?
Fountains of Wayne. Is Bowling for Soup did the theme song to Phineas and Ferb.
They didn't do Stacy's Mom?
No, that was Fountains of Wayne.
No way.
Yeah.
Google it.
I literally just downloaded the song.
No way.
Yeah, Fountains
You
of Wayne.
downloaded a fucking LimeWire or some shit.
No. Apple Music. I make sure my favorite artists get their 3 cents off of every download.
That shit totally off the line.
Okay. No, Fountains of Wayne, Stacy's Mom official music video, remastered in HD.
That was Fountains of Wayne did that song?
Yes. And what's funny is she's like, you know the second part where he's like, and I know you think it's just a fantasy, but since your dad walked out, your mom can use a guy like me. She's like, that's so wrong. That is so wrong. And I was like, she's fired up, so I'm going to be a dick. Kid, that young man is stepping up to be a stepfather to Stacy. Okay? We should applaud him for trying to take care of this poor girl and her mother in her time of need. And she's like, Dad, you're a fucking pig. And I was like, kiddo, 1, I was kidding. And 2, say fucking at me one more time.
Catch these hands. I got enough in the tank to knock your funky ass out. I keep enough in the tank to knock your funky ass out.
And she's
I
like,
told that to my son one day. I was like, I wake up every morning and exercise just to fuck you up. Just when you ready to talk shit, I'm be ready to fuck you up. And he looked at me like, you are the goofiest, craziest son of a bitch I ever seen in my life.
Like my son does karate, and he's
Mhm.
he's actually really good. Like his teacher is just like really impressed with how he's taken to this. And like I took him tonight before we went live, and dude, my son just paced in the bags, man, just going at it.
Mhm.
And so we finish up, and I have to drop him off at his mom's, and I'm like, I gotta go, I can't hang out tonight, like I'm recording with Jason. And he goes, Dad, did you hear me kick that bag? I was like, yeah, bud. I was like, you're putting some stank on it, dude. And he's like, you need to remember that next time you want to like get in my face. And he was only, I could tell he was joking.
Yeah,
Just like, he's trying not to crack a smile.
Mhm.
And I was like, bud, I'm gonna hit you so hard right in your chest. You're not gonna be able to do one of those foo-foo kicks at me.
I have a friend. Will and I have a friend from high school who hit that wonderful age that a lot of us get to, where you puff your chest out at your mother or father. And this friend of ours had both of his parents. His father died, actually, sadly. We all hung out at this cat's house. And he decided to say something to his mom that his father did not like. And it's still one of the funny. I wish he was here to tell it. His name is also Jason. He said his father punched him in his chest so hard. He said that he felt like he folded around his daddy's fist.
I mean, I think every dude our age, Jason, has had that interaction with their dad. And it's like a rite of passage to get just clocked in the chest by your father, right? Now, maybe not so much. Child abuse is a thing.
It's a little different now.
Yeah.
I don't remember if he was graduating college. I mean, he was an adult or at least an older teen. But I will never forget because the way he tells the story. If I like ran into him to this day, I'd be like, dude, Jay, can you just please tell me the story again about your dad punching you in the chest?
You got to realize my father is 6'5". I'm 5'8".
Oof.
And so like I graduated basic training at 17. So like I think I'm Billy Badass, right? And
Mhm.
my dad said something really out of pocket, man. Like it
Mhm.
pissed me off. And I stood up and I was like, dude, like we were both sitting down. I stood up and I was like, that's fucked up. Why would you say that?
Mhm.
And then he unfolds himself, you know, and he's like, did you really just stand up and try and get in my face when I'm like
Mm.
6 inches taller than you? And I was like,
Mm.
do something, old man. And he just bam right in the chest, dude. And I said, just noodled to the ground. Just all the while I'm trying to like breathe again, just like
Dude.
you know. And my dad's like, you gonna do it again? I was just like, nope, I'm good.
I was joking. Can you hand me my spleen?
Yeah. I think my lung's somewhere over there. Just put it back in, please. Dude, I box professionally and I've never been hit that hard in my life. Right? Just
Podcast just punched me in the chest. Like that Will, because Will worked with his dad actually. One of Will's grown up Will jobs that he's had. And you know, this cat's dad was known as kind of a dude around town who, not a bully, but kind of one of those guys, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
if you stole from his store, he was probably gonna chase you and punch you, right? Um, there's always a moment I think where you think that you can test your dad, and because I have these boys, and I had this ingenious idea, just real fucking brilliant plan. A guy with 3 kids already that I could just pull out quick enough, and now I have this other kid that's like about to be 6. So people are like, why do you work out? And I'm like, because I have a 5-year-old, and one day he's gonna get a gleam in his eye and see me and be like, man, fuck you. Or say something
What
to his mom.
what's up, old man?
That's when you just gotta hit him with some of that old man strength and just punch him in the chest.
Just tell him.
I punched my 17-year-old in the chest totally on accident. He tried to scare me,
Oh,
and
those
I turned
dogs, though,
around and
dude.
I saw him like me, like, no.
Dude, my daughter is like, she tried to like jump scare me because like we were watching like a movie, like one of those newer horror movies that's all jump scaring and shit. And I just was
Mhm.
like, I was like, this is some cheese dick shit. So she made it her mission for the week to try and jump scare me. And my daughter is really petite, man. Like she's tiny.
Mhm.
And she like jumps out of the corner and I just grabbed her forehead and just like threw her. And like, you got the old man strength, and then I'm working out too, so I'm like extra strong. And I just see my daughter go skipping across the floor, just like
You skitched her like a rock.
and I was like, oh shit. And I ran over to her. She's like laughing, like she's just laughing her ass off right now. And she's got the giggles. And she's like, I'm like over there, like, oh my God, are you still alive? And she's like, get away from me, I'm gonna pee,
I do. I know they're gonna get, the kids that just get bold and they get mouthy. I'm just like, every morning is a Rocky training scene montage in my room. I'm just like,
Jason's even got it.
Bravo!
Dun, 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 dun. Jason's over there.
It's more like the other songs, between that and like the Saturday Night Fever shit. This is the end. Dun, dun, dun.
Jason's doing his run, and the entire playlist is just Eye of the Tiger for an hour.
It's just fight movie training montage scenes. I climb this big ass fucking steep ass hill. I'll take
occasionally, Jason, and just like, good, Jason, good.
That's all I hear is Mick in my ear. Just, you're gonna crap thunder and shit lightning, and it's gonna burn when you pee. It kind of sounds like a sexual transmitted disease, but it's just the passion of the fighting that's in you.
It's testosterone. You're gonna be fine.
And I told that to Bert Cooper. I was like, whenever I do anything, I have that mentality in my mind, and he just laughed at me so hard.
Well, dude, you got like, and people don't realize it when you have kids, and especially like at our age, dude. Like, like you're absolutely right. We were mouthy fucks too.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, like I know how I acted. I was a twat as a teenager, and that's the nicest way I could put it. Like I thought I was a boxer, and I played football, and I went in the infantry, and I'm awesome.
Yeah.
And people forget I didn't just have my 18 and 19-year-old year in the military. I had 3 teenage years in the fucking army. So like I think I'm Billy Badass. And then, you come across dad. And dad doesn't take any shit. So like you're absolutely right. If you have kids, man, I'm not saying like punch your daughter in the chest. But maybe skip her across the floor like a rock.
Maybe she needs to get face smushed.
Yeah, But then when that little dude decides he's gonna like hike up the britches a little bit, and like, you know what, Dad? I'm smarter than you, I'm better looking than you, and I'm tougher than you. And you're just like, okay, that last one, no, sir.
Nope. That's me like, all right, just punch him in just one good time, like my friend's dad did.
Right in the chest.
One good time in the chest changed this. He's a wonderful father now. This dude is
And the thing is, if you don't punch the kid in the chest, you've just unleashed a whole alternate reality where your son becomes a junkie who's, turning tricks to get his next fix and committing petty crime. And
I could just see the comments
moving to Oakland to steal Coach Will's car, like.
Will's mom, he used to have to drop his mom off in one of the worst parts of the Bay Area because of where she worked at this factory. And I used to be like, Will, you really have to go there? Like, I'm from there and I don't want to go there.
I live down the road and I don't want to be here right now, man. Like,
one of those neighbors, like, there's only one way in and one way out. One of those things, you know what I'm talking about? Like Judgment Night looking ass town.
It's the Purge. Before the Purge was a thing.
Like every day Will had to deal with the Purge. You don't want to call in sick, huh? All right.
Mom, yeah, I heard you cough last night. You're sick, right? You're not?
Oh. Will's mom was fucking tough as nails. I mean, she's still alive. Very, very tough woman. I won't
What's funny, right? As I was watching this comedian, and she's from Berkeley, like she's in school there. But she's like, I'm half Korean, and my dad's white, my mom's Korean, and she's like, it's really weird because like you have one parent saying chase your dreams, and she's like, which one said that? And then you have the other parent going, here's your dreams, we're going to prep you academically for these dreams.
Yeah.
And then she was like, now I'm at Berkeley. She's like, what do you think I'm doing? And people are like, law, doctor. And she's like, yeah, doctor. I'm pre-med and I hate it. When all I want to do is be up here and tell jokes. Like my dad said, I'm chasing my dream. And then she said, this will probably be the last set I do because my mom said she's on the way to pick me up to check my grades.
Some super tiger mom shit.
Oh, dude. And the thing is, it's like, I dated a Korean girl once.
Mm-hmm.
And for like the first 6 months, like she's like, you cannot meet my parents. And I was like, that's fine. I really don't want to meet your parents. It's nothing against you. But when you introduce families into it, it gets complicated. And she's like, well, can I meet your parents? And I'm like, no, my parents, And the thing is, it's like, it came to a point where her mom, like she would show me the text. Like my mom is like, who's the boyfriend? Is he white? What does he do for a living? Like, so she's like, listen, we were both in the military, and she's like, my mom's flying out from Phoenix. So like, we can't hang out this week.
Whoa, really?
Yeah. And that was fine. And what it was is I was a white dude. She wanted her to marry another Korean guy. and she's already on the shit list because she joined the military rather than going to college, you know? So she was just like, and then her mom gets there on a Monday, and I'm not even kidding. I'm like, I'm not going to see her for the week. That's fine. On Wednesday, she calls and she's like, you have to come over right now. And I was like, your mother is there. She's like, it's not just my mom. I was like, who all is there? She's like, my mom, my dad, my 3 brothers, my 2 sisters,
Oof.
aunts, uncles, cousins.
Oof.
She's like, my mom set up a whole family reunion. And she also told me if she didn't meet you, she would disown me. And she's like, that's a big deal, like for Korean families.
That's a big deal for anyone.
Dude, no, half my family has disowned me, and I'm like, all right, cool, man. You know?
Nah, dude, that's I dated a Korean woman in high school, the high school Will and I went to, and I believe,
was it in the Nobi area?
no, we went to high school in a different city, which was in a nice area. And I remember one day her parents were coming home, and I had to like run out of a window or a back door or something to another friend of ours' house that lived in. They had to like pretend, Will and our other friend Ryan had to pretend that I was in the neighborhood. It was all fucked up. And I was like so sprung off this chick, and she dumped me right before prom.
See, I learned in high school to not mess around with white girls because the one I dated for like 2 years in high school was batshit crazy.
Well, this girl was Korean. She was all the way. You know what's funny? She's been on the show.
Oh,
No one knows.
that's all right.
You're not going to fucking look that up.
Oh, don't put anything past Dr. Claw.
But dude, oh man, I was so fucking heartbroken. I can't even eat Korean barbecue.
Oh my.
Won't do it. Kimchi, get it away from me.
To this day, Jason swears off everything Korean.
Everything. Just yes.
Someone brought up juice a couple days ago, and Jason's like, "Don't you speak that word in front of me." But Jason, I thought you were a leftist. Stop it! Get out of here right now.
That's where my racism starts and my leftism ends. Like, what if I was really that still? Like, it's literally been 29 years.
Yeah. Hey, Jason, we're all getting together with friends. Really? Sweet, I'll be there. We're going to go get Korean barbecue. You know what? Fuck you.
Yeah, you guys are no friend of mine.
Delete my number.
I was so upset because you know what made it worse? You know how, I don't know if your school, I feel like all schools are the same. You know, after prom, a bunch of people go to like a hotel and everybody's got rooms and all the shit.
Yeah.
And so all these, like, pretty much like any room you went into in this hotel, I can't remember, I think it was in Emeryville. There was just people from our school there. And I walked into one of the rooms and she was there with this dude. To this day, every time I see that dude,
Jason just,
fuck you. And I brought it up to her one day and she was like, I don't even remember that.
She broke up with you before prom and had the most just not memorable experience.
You know what? So what? She dumps me right before prom, and then another good friend of ours says, "Dude, let's go see Batman and Robin at the movies." Oh, dude, I can't watch Batman and Robin.
I mean, the nipples on the uniform immediately make it bad.
That's what I was like, he's got nipples just like her.
They're so round and perky. Oh my God, Andrew, no fucking way. Andrew said my friend lost his virginity in a hotel room after prom. Another couple was fucking in the same bed.
Oh, that sounds so much like where I was. It sounds so much like where I was.
Like, the thing is people forget, like, and I was telling my buddy about this, and he's a swinger, and he's like, hey man, why don't you like come to one of the parties? And I said, absolutely not. That is not what happened. Nope. And he's like, what? Like, you're not into like weird shit? I'm like, I am, but what I'm not into is group shit. And he's like, why? And I'm like, because I technically did that already. And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, junior prom. The hotel after prom was just people everywhere fucking. Like, it literally, you gotta think, post-prom activities is just a giant orgy.
It was weird, man. I'm not gonna get into. There was a moment I was like, man, this is weird. I ended up being in a room with like all these people that I wasn't that cool with, asking myself like, why am I even in here? Where's my date? Like, what's going on?
I'll tell you where she was. She was in the next room over getting fucking spit roasted by two dudes. You know? During Jason's the time after Jason's senior prom was the first Eiffel Tower ever done.
And they all wanted to do it in front of me. Hey, Jay, this is cool, right? She said you guys were together.
You just came to prom together, but you're not like together. But look what we did, dude. Look, we put our hands together with the Eiffel Tower. How cool is that?
Yeah, dude, I was so fucking hurt. I was like, right before prom, you want to do this? Oh man, it was bad. It was bad.
Oh, dude, it's all bad. You know.
I gotta watch Batman. Is it Batman Forever? That's the one that came out in 94, 95.
I think so, yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, dude, I was like, I can't watch this, dudes. They're like, dude, quit being. What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Are you crying? What? There's no crying over girls. Yes, there is. There's also crying in baseball too. Right?
There's crying in Batman.
This girl I dated in high school, Jason, for like the last 2 years, her name was Lisa Finn.
Oh, you're gonna fucking out her, huh?
And yeah, dude, I am.
You're like, fuck you, Lisa.
So like we dated for 2 years, and like it's getting to senior prom time, and I'm getting ready to like graduate early and go into the military. And I had like this whole thing planned out, and like her friend was Michael Fluharty. I'll never forget that.
You are naming everybody.
Don't give a shit, because you want to know what they are? They're both Trump voting conservatives that are probably not going to listen to the show.
Damn.
Right? But Fluharty was a freshman, and he'd been held back like 3 times or some nonsense.
Oh, God.
So he's a total fucking idiot. And I would go over her house after school, like after practice, football practice and shit. And so like I kept doing that even when the season ended. And I would like still do like the off-season weightlifting and shit, because like I just wanted to stay in shape. And I go over to her house, and I would just walk in the door, you know? And I walked in there, and dude, she is on her knees just going to town on Mike Fluharty, dude. Just
whoa.
Right?
Because I nut quick.
Whoa.
Girl is just, Jason, I'm talking, you saw the wrists going. She was minding children. Like you heard the slurp. And I'm just like, first thought in my head, dude, I'm not even kidding, was she doesn't do this for me.
That's always the first thought.
Right?
That's
and then
always the first thought.
And then it's, bro. And then, you know that noise? Like
Mike, stay hardy. Mike, stay hardy. Somebody said she caught the flu. Oh my God. You named him. Someone's going to look these people up on Facebook and send you a message on Twitter like, I found them.
So, Jason, you know that sound it makes when you like bust a seal? That Fluharty just look at me. He's just like, but he can't move because his dick's still in her mouth. And then you hear, and she turns around and she's like, oh no. And dude, I don't know if it was like shock that my girlfriend just was given the master of all blowjobs.
Yeah.
Dude, that I did not get. she gave very, very unenthusiastic head, right? Like it was like really great at first, but you know how it is. It kind of like so I like I closed the door and I just kind of walked back to my house and I got home and I just sat in my chair and I'm like, I gotta know what to think. And my
You
mom
kicked every rock in the Cleveland area
Yes.
on the way home. Every rock. God
every
damn.
single one of them.
Every
In the entire Northeast Ohio area, from Youngstown to Warren to Cleveland to Akron, I got them all, right? And I got home
Jesus.
and I'm sitting in my chair. My mom, like, she had an hour commute to and from work. So she finally gets home and she's like, "What's the matter?" And I was like, "You ever see like your boyfriend or your girlfriend?" Like, I was like, "You ever see your girlfriend sucking somebody else's dick?" And she's like, "Well, I'm a woman and I don't have a dick." And it dawned on her and she goes, "Oh." And I'm like, "That's bad, right?" And she's like, my mom goes, "Yeah, yeah." And
Oh.
do you remember the movie Along Came Polly? When
Yes.
when Alec Baldwin and Ben Stiller in the bathroom after like he found her fucking the scuba instructor,
Mhm.
he's like, "Ruben, I always knew she was a $2 whore. Good things, you know?" And my mom essentially did the same thing. She's like, "I thought she was easy, Mike. Like
That's
like,
what, yeah. So you get that thing where the people are telling you like, oh, don't worry about it. You know,
yeah."
you're fine.
But then literally the next day, like we had homeroom and like 3 classes together.
Mm.
So like I just have to see her almost the entire day, right? Like we had the same lunch period and we all sat at the same table. So like I don't want to be around her. So I like go to sit by myself, you know?
Mm.
And I'm just sitting there just like I don't know what I'm supposed to feel. So like I was just like, you know what? I'm leaving school. I don't give a shit. And I just kind of like dumped my lunch and I went and I just fucking left. And dude, just the waterworks hit, dude. And then I went and found all the rocks I kicked a couple days before. I went and found them again, you know. And this time
Dude.
I'm just weeping. Just
There's nothing that worries me more than a brokenhearted child. Right?
see, and, like I know how I reacted, right?
Mm-hmm.
My kids are so nervous, and especially with my daughter, like who came out, she's like the stereotype of the lesbian that's like really into chicks, but she doesn't know how to talk to them. So she won't.
Mm.
So she refuses to. And there's this girl that she really likes. Like,
Mm.
dude, I was even impressed by this girl who burnt her a CD of Hailstorm because my daughter wanted to listen to some heavier music but have a female front, and that's Hailstorm to a T, right?
Yeah.
And she made my daughter a CD and just like handed it to her. And Bailey like came home and was just like red, but she has no CD player, you know? So she's like, "Hey, dad. And I'm like, "What, dude? What? I want to read my fucking book. What?"
Mhm.
You know? And she's like, "I need a CD player." And I was like, it's a pretty antiquated piece of technology at this point. And she's like, "Yeah, but," and I was like, "Why do you need a CD player?" And she didn't want to tell me.
Mhm.
And then finally she busts out this burnt CD and there's like all this drawing on it and all the tracks are written down. Right. And I'm like, "Bailey, this is like a love letter. That's exactly what this is." And she's like, "No, it's not." I'm like, "Yes, it is."
Oh, yes, it is.
I was like, teenagers have been doing this since the advent of recordable music. Right?
Dude, there is nothing. First of all, props to that girl for having a fucking CD player and a blank CD. Whoever her parents are, whoever you are, parents, you're doing parenting right.
Yep.
We salute you here at TIR.
And keep in mind, on Bailey's birthday party where it was like 12 girls, I walk in
Nightmare.
and I am wearing a shirt that says "No War but Class War." I have my pistol on my hip because I'm getting ready to go to work, and where I deliver at, you need to carry.
God damn.
Um,
That makes me
and
sad.
yeah, well, dude, that's just how it is around here.
Still.
And I don't look very friendly. And this girl, and this one, I will keep her name silent because I want this to work out because she was the only one with the balls to walk up and say, "Hey, my name is this. It's really nice to meet you, Mr. Mack." And I was like, "You know what, kid? I like you." And the rest of the girls are like, "Well, what about us?" I was like, "I don't like the rest of you." You know? Yeah. And Bailey looks at me and she just blushes and she goes, "Thank you for that." And I'm like, "Okay, well, I don't want to like get in on your space. So I'm just gonna dip. I wanted to come and say hi, and happy birthday, that type of thing." So like they're ridiculously cute together. And at 15, this is like my daughter's first
Thing. Yeah.
her thing, like her first thing. So like I'm really kind of impressed with how my kids have really put it off because, dude, I was making out with girls at like 12 and attempting to finger blast girls at the same age, but I was like mostly getting like upper thigh and shit because, I'm 12 and I don't know what the hell I'm doing, you know? But the fact that it's like really ridiculous. Joey, my boss, does not allow me to carry. I just do it. So. But you know what I mean? Like at 12 years old, what does a boy know about a woman's anatomy or girl's anatomy?
Nothing. You're trying to put anything in her navel. You're just damn, you're tight. Well, it's my belly button.
Yeah,
So.
you just blew in my navel, So.
Like you'll figure it out.
Yeah, but like the fact that my kids have like put out, like my son talks to this girl and we're like, "Is this your girlfriend?" And he's like, "No, it's my situationship." And I'm like, "Dude, oh my gosh." I was like, "You're not using that term properly." And
That would make that kind of stuff. I don't know. That
right?
makes
Jason,
me more.
he goes, "What makes you the authority on what terms you use properly?" And I was like, "I'm gonna hit you so hard."
Remember when Jason was talking about that training?
Yeah.
I'm doing the same.
You're gonna chew brass tacks and shit nails, Mac.
I work out for two things: to fit into these skinny ass pants and to make sure I can fuck my kids up.
Yep.
That's it.
It's typically the second one's a little more important. I can get new pants.
You know what? I'm 46 and I refuse.
Dude, I've had the same 3 pairs of jeans for like 21 years.
Exactly.
And my favorite pair, finally, the crotch just wore away. Like I was out at the bar, like after my surgery. So like I have like gauze, like right there. And I'm not really feeling much pain at this point because I had a couple drinks. But like the weather's getting nicer down here. So it's like 65 and there's a slight breeze and they kept the front door open. And like I felt a breeze on my balls. Right. And I'm like,
on the breeze.
Yeah. Makes me feel fine. But like I'm like, what the fuck? And I look down and like my right nut is just hanging out. And I'm like, oh, this is bad. This is really bad. Because like I haven't worn underwear since like 1996.
Oh, I went back to, you know why I had to go back to underwear? I kept from touring. I kept getting holes where you're talking about.
Yeah.
And we would patch it and then another hole, patch it and patch it and patch it and patch it. And finally I was like, you know what, dude, if I just wear underwear, then my ding dangle won't hang out.
Yeah. So like my friend Jocelyn was bartending and I kind of like did this at her and it wasn't too busy. And I'm like, Joss, I need a really big favor. And she goes, what's up, man? I was like, I need your hoodie. And she's like, why? And I had just went to the laundromat, right? So like my laundry's in my car. And I know I have another pair of jeans in there, and I'm like, well, I've had these jeans. Like my jeans are old enough to drink. So, like, and she's like, you have a hole somewhere. And I was like, yeah. And she goes, your dick's hanging out, isn't it? I'm like, It's not my dick. It's one of my testicles. She goes, she's like, that's even less appealing to look at. So you need to like use my hoodie to like wrap around your waist. I'm like, exactly. And she's like, what do you like? She's like, I don't want your nuts on my hoodie. And I'm like, I'm gonna go out to my car and put another pair of pants on because I just went to the laundromat and like I have a clean pair in there. And she's like, that's fair. So like she takes her hoodie off and I fucking put it around my waist and I run out, change my pants in the parking lot. And I'm thinking, I'm good to go. Nope, 4 other cars pull up. So I'm like, I have no pants on in the fucking parking lot. You know? And like I didn't take my shoes off, so I'm doing like the stumble where you're trying to like
you turn into John Ritter trying to take a fucking Mr. Bean all of a sudden.
Oh god, yeah, man.
Pants
I'm like
off.
leaned up against my fucking car, like trying not to fall over, you know. It's just
Oh.
it was so bad, man. And the one guy comes up to me, he's like, yo, man, you know you gotta have pants on. I'm like, I'm trying to. I mean, what are you gonna do at that point? Like I'm busted, you know.
Like you thought I was gonna walk around like this morning.
Don't mind me, no pants day. No pants day.
Look at it.
Such a fucking mess, dude. And I'm like,
man, yeah.
and like I said, I have gauze there because I just had the biopsy done. So like I'm trying to make sure the gauze doesn't like come off because I don't have any more. You know, so I'm just like I'm trying to hold the gauze on and get my pants on with my shoes on, you know, and I'm just like all over the place, dude. It's just
anytime something like like the reason why I have those short ass shorts that people make fun of is because they were pants and they all ripped at the same part. So I was like, oh, just wear some real shorts.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's hard to like at our age. It's like these jeans fit where they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And like when I get new ones, it's like it's gonna take me 6 months to break these in the right way. And like I used to be the dude that would like drive over my jeans, like I just back my car
to really to break. Oh wow,
yeah,
you're one
break
of those.
them in. Yeah, man. Because like, dude, I'm short and my legs are fucking huge, man. So like, even like I have like honestly obese people problems when it comes to my jeans because my legs are wide, they're big. There's a lot of muscle there. So like I have to find like the right pair that isn't too big in the waist for my legs to get in the legs. So like you know, and I'm like, so like I have to invest in decent belts, you know, because like sometimes my ass will keep them up, but like other times it's like they just want to slide down because I got too big in the waist, you know. And like if you guys have fucking wide big legs, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, right? And it's just like you got to have them broken in just in the right spot in that area that always rubs and thins out real fucking quick. And then, like you said, you're just patching and patching and patching and patching, you know. And it's just like this. And then jeans these days are like, you know, I used to be able to get jeans for like $18, and now it's just like 62.
No, I haven't bought. Yeah, so my pants did rip when I went and saw my family. And
Naturally.
My dad did he gave me all the shit. Because they definitely ripped as I was like, I tried to cross my legs as I was trying to look like I was intelligent or something. And my dad was talking and then fucking ripped my pants. And he's like, got them tight ass pants on. I'm surprised they didn't rip earlier.
Been meaning to talk to you about this, Jason. I've been seeing your dick for the last 10 years and I didn't want to. It's like you got a shiitake mushroom down there.
Mac, you know what made it worse? I'm the guy. I always bring too many things with me. I never stay because I go do whatever I have to do for my family, see whoever I have to see, and drive right back. I was staying for a couple days because of what I wrote in the private message, and I didn't bring an extra pair of pants.
Oh, that's the worst. That's a rookie move, man. We can tell you've been out of the game too long.
Oh, dude,
you gotta have a backup pair of pants at all times. These days, I found that because I like to, they're called Jinkos. Mercutio, I'll have you know, I was a big fan. Big fan.
Oh, dude, I was a big Jinko guy.
Oh, man, Jinkos. And then I would have like my giant wallet chain.
I didn't have a wallet chain. You know what I was able to do? I was able to get a dog choke chain and turn that into my keychain. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And then I had like the studded belt, and I had like my band t-shirt, whatever band it was. And then I had the weirdly dyed hair, when I had hair. Every week it was something different. I had like bright red and then blue and then purple. And then my mom was like, "You've stained my sink and it looks like a fucking, Van Gogh paint swatch in there now." And I was just like,
all that just to go to the gathering of the Juggalos.
No, I never went to that. Oh. That is a Michigan thing, and I'll tell you right now, Jason, you will never catch me dead there. I'm such a
I don't think that was around when you were in high school.
Oh, the Juggalos were. They started.
But the gathering wasn't around.
The gathering, I think, started my junior year. That was the first one.
Really?
Yeah.
No. They've been doing it that long?
Yeah, dude.
That's gross.
Well, Michigan's gross. What do you expect from people from Michigan? Like, I'm so petty. One of my soldiers committed suicide, right? So we all get together to go up for his funeral. And it's in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
I know where that is.
And I'm butthurt as fuck because I have to go to that shithole state. And my level of petty is so bad. The day we put him in the ground, I wore an Ohio State jersey.
Wow. A tear rolling down your cheek. To the grave, motherfucker.
Yeah. Fuck you, Twist.
Jeez.
His name was James Oliver Twist. And when I first got to 473 Cav, I'm looking through personnel files to see who was in my squad. And I'm like, James Oliver Twist. What in the fuck?
This can't be real. So
I call everybody in so I can talk to him and let him know, hey, I'm your new squad leader. And I'm like, James Oliver Twist. And I see him and he's got these tiny glasses and his head was so big. He had a 4XL helmet. They had to special make his ballistic helmet. And I had to take him to the issue facility because the first one they gave him was a large, Jason, and it looked like a yarmulke. It just sat like up here. And his chin strap, like he had to extend it all the way out just to get force it together. And I'm like, it offers no protection to that giant head of yours, dude. So we took him to the issue facility and they're like, we make a 4X, but we got to special order that shit and we're going to do it. Because if we don't, he's going to deploy and die. And he's just like, oh God. So I have his file open in front of me and I'm like, how big of a group of twats are your parents that named you James Oliver Twist? And he goes, my mom really liked Oliver Twist and she died of cancer. And I was like, it was so bad, bro. It was so bad.
No, my brother.
You might want to hit that Booker T drop. I think that's what he told me when I said that.
Dude,
he was one of the best soldiers I ever had. And he was a great kid, but he got out and he joined the reserves and became a Michigan State cop. And but he just didn't deal with what happened with Clint Lawrence and everything very well. And he was sliding off the rails and he left this very beautifully written note, imploring us to all go talk to somebody because he was like, it's too late for me. And, we were all fucking heartbroken, but I think what was hilarious is, like I said, he's a Michigan State cop, right? There's 400 cops at his funeral. Michigan has a weed delivery service. So we were ordering weed through the app and just fucking getting stoned in the parking lot. And I'm in my suit, for the service, and I'm just out there, dude. And they would bring you they would bring you bud, or they'll bring you joints or whatever the fuck, right? So I brought a mini bong because my boy I rolled up with is still in the Army. So he can't smoke, but I just dropped his tailgate, hopped up there, and was just I sounded like the opening to a Sublime song, just
Smoke 2 joints in the morning.
that's right. Yeah. So like you see, I'm not even kidding. I sat in the worst spot because I see like 60 uniformed cops just walk by me, and they're like, "You couldn't wait?" And I was like, "Did you go to Afghanistan and serve with them?" And they're like, "No." And I'm like, "Well, then you can suck my dick." Dude, and it was
Smoke 2 joints in the afternoon. Makes me feel all right.
I mean, Grand Rapids is a very cool town. Like his brother did like all this PR and stuff for multiple restaurants, and the owners like let us eat and drink for free, which was the worst thing they could have done because like we were just emptying kegs, and if it was bottled, they ran out. Like, and we did that for 3 days, and then the last day, we're just like, guys, like we all woke up just like hungover, like it looked like the hotel, like after prom, just bodies everywhere. Doors are open. The cleaning staff, like we saw them make the turn to come down the hall, and they just do this.
Smelled like all hell.
She just smelled like sex, shame, and glitter. And I woke up and I'm like, guys, we can't fucking keep doing this. We can't like get together when people die, And they're like, yeah, we really shouldn't do that. And then it's gallows humor, and my boy Dallas, his name is Dallas Haggard, he's from Cincinnati. He's like, yeah, but we should take a pool on who the next one is. Like,
dude, that note that sounds fucking heart-wrenching to have him send a shout out to all of his people, like, look, get therapy, because
yeah, like, and he did, dude. And I felt horrible for his wife and his kids, because his oldest was only like 4 and he had 3 kids. So the only one that really remembered him was the 4-year-old. And I think what really sucks, and I don't mean to like end this on like a downer, but like she moved away immediately. Like she got out of that house. I can't say I blame her.
Yeah.
But she and his family like kind of there's a big split, so they haven't gotten to see the kids, but like she keeps us updated, and we send pictures all the time of like their dad, like the ones we have. Like he pissed me off one day. Like he just fucked up really bad, and I looked at the guys in the squad. I'm like, you take care of it. I can't do it today. And I went home. Right, it was Friday night, so I go home, and I had a couple adult beverages, and I'm watching a movie, and my phone pings, and they literally wax his entire ass crack with duct tape.
Who ordered the code red?
And the thing is, I'm like, guys, this is hazing. You can't do this. And they're like, oh man, that's bad, huh? And I said, yeah. And they're like, well, we got his nuts too. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, that poor guy. And they're like, do this again? You gonna fuck up again like this? And he's like, I don't know. No, I won't. And they're like, no, we just rip it off. And I'm like, oh my God. And that Monday we go in for BT. He's like, sorry, Mac, I'm really sorry. And he's like walking really bow-legged. And I was like, J.O., I did not tell them to do this. And he's like, I understand now that I need to like really buckle down and pay attention more, because I don't want you to tell them you take care of this and they just start waxing everywhere else. He's like, I'm a hairy guy.
A Few Good Men would have been such a different movie if that was the outcome. Right?
Oh God, yeah. Like this
Who
kid,
waxed Private's balls?
And like the thing is we always make fun of him because he was a virgin. And at the mall, there used to be this like computer like cafe thing. And he walked, there was like this really big girl that worked there. She was 350 pounds. And
should I pause this right now and you finish this story when I end the show?
No, but
are you sure?
He ended up hooking up with her. And he did the Jason, here's the kicker in all this. He literally You know that movie where they thought they were going to Boston and the one girl went up there, but they went to Austin instead and it had Tom Green in it. It was and Stifler was in it.
No.
Stifler was in it, and they like stole a short bus to make the ride. Oh fuck, they were all in college. I can't remember it, but this dude like hooked up with this big black girl and took her panties. And they were like, dude, did you hook up? And he's like, yeah. And he unfolded them, and they're like this. They were like this big. Jo does the same shit. He's like, check it out, guys. And he like unfurls a sail. And we're like, oh my god, dude.
First of all, don't do that. But number one, don't do that. Second of all, don't do that.
Oh my god. He was such a good kid. He just did the weirdest shit.
I'm so bad. There was a woman here a few days ago, and there was like hair on my floor, and I was like, no evidence. Trying to fucking take souvenirs. I'm like,
oh my gosh. Oh.
Well, on that cheery note,
if you're drinking, pour one out for Jo Twist in his sale theft. Okay, just
on that cheery note, thank you, Big Waz and Coach Will, who we went for. I think this is a record for us. We went for 4 hours for the Red Zone.
Yep.
And that is literally an hour and a half after you said, hey, I got to go to sleep soon.
I know. But what's
great
is
it's fucking 1 a.m. where you are.
If we made it 75% through the show talking about sports, that is way better than what we normally do.
We did a lot of sports talk. The comment on the screen, it says it all. How long are these guys just going to keep talking about dicks and ass cracks? Is that a challenge you really want us to fucking meet? Because we will. Joey's girlfriend.
You let the little missus know. We can go 4 hours just talking about
Joey's girlfriend. I have so many dick fucking stories in the dick story holster right now. I'm just saving them for the next time we go on air.
That's
so,
right.
Pow, dick story. Pow, pow.
Just we're gonna look like coming out of the old west. Dick story. Dick story. God. Jesus Christ, we need therapy, Jason. We really do.
I told you the time I almost drowned in a shower trying to give a woman head.
Oh my god.
But Joey's girlfriend, I know you can't handle the truth.
No. Jason's a musician. I spent 16 years in the infantry. There's end of the stories we can throw out there.
The dick story off you're gonna get from us, ma'am, is not gonna be good, safe for work,
no,
or people under 17.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna have to flag this one as M for mature.
So don't you get us going, because you know what's gonna happen, Joey's girlfriend. Once we start telling dick stories, then the show's gonna be over. He's gonna be like, "Oh, that was funny, honey. Never tell you about that dick story time."
Oh my gosh. The thing is, we're going to get messages from Toussaint in the morning like, you guys are ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. She's going to be like 4 hours. 4 hours.
Dude. Yeah, she told me the other day, she's like, you can't tell. The most recent thing you've done, you cannot ever say that. I was like, really? She's like, no. It's like, that's fine. But Joey's girlfriend, next week.
It's gonna be funny, guys. We're gonna set up a time where I'm gonna make sure that my kids are like out of town. I'm just gonna sit here in a giant dick costume.
This is for you, Joey's girlfriend.
Right.
We're gonna torpedo this entire channel just to fucking prove a point.
And the thing is, when it all goes south, we're gonna look at Joey's girlfriend and go, "You did this.
You made me do this." We're gonna look at you like an abusive husband. You made me do this, Joey's girlfriend. Didn't have to be this way. We could have talked sports. We could have reminisced, but no. You wanted the dick.
That's right.
Stories.
Stories. That.
I don't know how big Joey is. He could look like Brock Lesnar and fuck me up.
Well, I mean, let's just paint the picture of what we think Joey does look like, because we've done the same with Dr. Claw.
Oh,
right?
you know, Joey, he's watching the sports show. I would assume Joey's like a big dude. I don't know where Joey lives. Let's say he lives in the States. Joey has a polo shirt on right now. Maybe sweatpants or the jogger.
Oh, yeah.
The jogger is Joey is probably I would say Joey's about 5'11" to 6'2".
I'm gonna say 6'2" and has a beard like Jason Kelsey, but a haircut like Jason Momoa.
I think Joey goes to the gym and only works on his arms and chest.
Yes, I think Joey's strictly an upper body type of dude.
Yes.
And he really never wears shorts because he refuses to do squats.
Joey does squats once a month and he hates the burn from the leg workout. Yeah. And he won't do it, but he works the glamour muscles, right?
Yeah. He's got nice looking calves, but his quads.
Joey has at least 7 Walmart band shirts.
Mm-hmm. And Nirvana is one of them.
Nirvana's one of them. A lot of Metallica in there. There's some Run DMC ones in there when he wants to spice it up.
Yep. Probably Def Leppard. Definitely is probably one of them.
Oh, he's got a pink Def Leppard. He's got the pink Def Leppard shirt, and he wears that. He's got these shorts that he got from the Limited, because it's for men now. And he got these really cool shirts from the Limited that he goes with the Def Leppard shirt.
Yeah. And he's got like some boat shoes, right? That's what he wears.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah. Fuck yeah. You have a girlfriend that's up this late, you got boat shoes.
Yeah. And he's probably got house shoes right next to where, like, when he wakes up and swings his legs out, like his feet just go right in.
Joey has a bed with a bed frame.
Oh, and a headboard. He's got a headboard.
Joey says getting colder.
Joey, the whole point is you don't like call us, like you don't bring any attention to what you look like. Like, we know Dr. Claw is an actual medical doctor who dresses up in suits and smells of rich mahogany and has leather-bound books in his house.
If that's Dr. what Claw doesn't look like Jeffrey Osborne circa 1982, I'm gonna be so heartbroken. Like, if Dr. Claw was a light-skinned dude with freckles, I would just be like, "You're a liar." Be like seeing Santa Claus fucking blowing Jesus. I would just walk out of the room. Let us have this, Joey, okay? Let us fucking have this make-believe world, all right? Fuck.
Hashtag not my Claw.
For the people that are listening to this on audio, they're like, these guys are giggling too much. You have to watch the show live and participate in the chat to see what's going on right now, because it is hilarious. Look, Joey, I think your girlfriend is about 5'5", and I think she has dark hair.
And in the TIR universe, she looks as if Dr. King would hit on her.
Oh yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Paul Chaser MLK would totally hit on your girlfriend, Joey. My goodness. What has God bestowed upon me? You said you're with Joey. When you walked up, it was getting snowy. Hallelujah.
The thing is, we're gonna keep doing this, and it's just gonna be our group that's with us now that sticks with the channel. You're gonna do all these important other episodes, and everybody's gonna be like, "Did you hear what they said about Dr. King and Joey's girlfriend?"
Mac, here's the thing. I can see the total numbers. For some reason, a bunch of people are watching on Twitter right now. I think they're enjoying the shit out of this. But that doesn't mean I want to keep going, because you know what Twitter doesn't do? Pay.
No, my brother.
No. I mean, since the Emerald Miner himself took over that website, he makes sure that the only people that do get paid say wildly racist things. So
Someone says BPM is not gonna like Pog Chaser MLK. I believe in my soul that these impersonations are why they refuse to have me on. It's like Jared Ball's like, he wrote a good article, but
did you hear what he said about Dr. King in yoga pants? No, we cannot have that on.
Oh, I believe Joey's girlfriend is a jeans over yoga pants type woman.
You know what? I could see that. And during the summer, she wears cutoff shorts.
Oh yeah, she'll definitely wear but she doesn't get a lot of sun. So
No.
just white legs.
Mm-hmm.
We're
She's
also assuming Joey is white. Joey could be black as the fucking ace of spades. We don't fucking know shit.
but we're saying that your girlfriend is whiter than me.
Yes, in make believe TIR who the fuck Joey is land. This is
Mhm.
who you are, Joey. You live in the suburbs. This isn't a knock on you for living in the suburbs. Props to you for living in the
Yeah,
suburbs.
being a homeowner. Good job.
Yeah, you're a fucking homeowner, Joey.
Yeah.
Props, brother.
Yeah.
You have an attractive woman that would get hit on by Pog Chaser MLK.
Mm-hmm. And TIR Malcolm's just over here.
Again and again. The white man tries to seduce you with his fat bootied white woman.
We didn't land on fat bottom white woman.
That's what Malcolm says when he's Pog chasing with MLK. And his wife. I didn't land on that white woman's fat ass. That fat ass landed on me. Oh, the white devil is a tricky one. You want to hear something even funnier, Mac? I have to convince Toure, Cedric Johnson, Paul Prescott, and of course Pascal to all do a panel at the end of this month for what happened to the Black Revolution. They could just fucking pull up this, go this.
they like clip it. They're like, Jason Myles is literally doing impressions about Pog chasing MLK with a white dude.
with Malcolm X by his side, trying to act like he wasn't a part of it. Oh, these fast talking, slick talking black preachers.
And then Pascal's over in the corner, like, just turn it off. Just turn it off.
It's like, they're never gonna let me write for Black Agenda Report again.
Oh my god. We may have single-handedly torpedoed the careers of everybody else involved in the channel.
You know what's funny? I was up for a job, a big job, and you do all this shit and you don't know. I kind of don't give a shit, but then I kind of give a shit. And when you're up for like a life-changing job, and you know, what's the first thing they see? They see shit like this. This is the guy you want to do the thing with?
So, like, I did the Bales podcast, right? And I had a couple other jobs come to me.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, we're going to need your social media.
Mm.
And I was like, well, I only have the one. It's the site formerly known as Twitter. And they're like, okay, what's your handle? And I said, well, Bearded Cynic 473. And I'm on a Zoom call with them. And you see him like get over on the other screen, Jason, and you hear, what? Mr. McGinnis, are you an actual communist? I was like, yeah, card carrying. Oh, well, I don't, people can see this, right? And I'm like, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I was
that
like,
in my testicle.
I was like, if you want, Google the Leavenworth documentary and the press. And then he was like, okay. And you hear, and then you see the clip from like the NBC affiliate in Manhattan where they asked me, would you ever let your kids join the military? And I was like, absolutely not. You know, I was like, the DOD is bloated, over budgeted. We could easily take 3/4 of the DOD budget, redirect it into addressing things like the actual issues of crime and poverty, and fund school lunches and better schools, rather than wasting it on an organization that hasn't passed an audit in 25 years. And I hear him playing it, and I'm just sitting over here like this, like, yeah, probably not getting this job, you know? And then you hear him click, and he comes back, and he's like, we can't, yeah. And then you see this other person like slide into the frame. They're like, Mr. McGinnis, we really appreciate you sitting down and talking to us, but we're probably going to go another direction.
You know, yeah, they went in another. They actually wanted to go in a totally different direction, and they did say the first thing I was told was they found the show I did with Brianna Joy Gray on Valentine's Day, and they go, this guy. I was like, of all the things I've done, all the other appearances on all the shows, that's what came up first. Good to know.
Well, I mean, dude, honestly, I've mentioned like TIR to a couple of my friends, and they're like, you know, and the baby communists that I do the reading group with, and they're like, wow, man, like is he a communist? I'm like, Jason is a leftist, and that's all you need to know. He doesn't, he believes in what he believes in. He and I are 90% of like there. We disagree on some stuff, but you know, that 10% I could look past because he's handsome, you know? And they were like, that was the first thing that popped up. And then, you know, I have this very indignant, he's a young black dude, very into the Panthers. That's his whole aesthetic too. Like the leather jacket, the patches, the whole bit. Right. And I don't knock him for it. Like, at least he's not wearing, you know, painted on pants and
yeah,
you know,
there's worse ways to go with your, I get it.
Yeah. You know, and he's like, how you gonna trust this man? And he kept pointing to you on the screen. How you gonna trust this man to be any sort of spokesman for the revolution when we sit down with Brianna Greyjoy? And I was like, dude, do you not realize to get a message out, you're gonna talk to people that you maybe don't like and you have nothing in common with. I was like, Jason is trying to do some work. And who's got a bigger platform here? Him or Brianna Greyjoy? And he's like, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, it fucking does. I was like, I hate to tell you this. I was like, I'm going to lay something on you. Jason laid on me. And he goes, what? I'm like, you sit here and talk a big game about physical force. Jason made a light bulb pop on in my head because I was like, I was you a year ago. And he said, Mac, I love you, but you're dumb as shit if you think that's the way we need to go. Because who's got the monopoly on physical force violence? Who has got the numbers? Who has got the backing of the government? And when you told me that, we were recording, and then I sat here like, oh, fuck, he's right. And I was like, shit. Okay, time to readjust some things here. So I readjust some things because you're absolutely fucking correct. Right? And I tell this to this young man, and he's like, this is America. There are more guns than people. And I'm like, yeah. And 75% of them don't know how to shoot those guns, one. And two, go ahead and get 4 of your buddies. Your local precinct has 80 to 100 cops. I was like, you ain't winning that, dude. Sorry. It's just not going to happen.
You know? Go check out what happened to the Branch Davidians and ask them how many guns they had.
You know, and his whole thing is, well, you can get a couple. Oh, yeah, a couple. Woo, woo.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, and I was like, dude, you're starting to sound like those idiots in Texas who are like, we should secede. We can go toe-to-toe with federal forces. And I was like, bruh, do you know what the U.S. Navy is?
Again, How many people did it take to take out that whole compound? It didn't take the Marines a platoon. It took like 4 cats.
Kush,
they
I'm sorry.
eventually.
Kush, you're right. I did call her Greyjoy. I'm sorry. That
That's
was a
fine.
total Game
No,
of
that's
Thrones.
perfect. That's no,
Yeah.
it's
But I'm like, the Navy blockades your coast, and then they start bombing you, and then they send in mechanized units, and then they start dropping soldiers. I was like, oh man, war in Texas is done in a week. And everybody in Texas is like, nuh-uh, they wouldn't bomb us. Yes, the fuck they would. They're gonna do fucking naval bombing. They're gonna get fixed wing
they can
aircraft.
turn off your internet and fuck up your whole shit.
Yeah, and this was the big kicker that I told him. I'm like, your electrical grid barely works.
Mm.
What are you gonna do when they just bomb one plant and the whole shit shuts off across the state?
Mm. The one thing the U.S. government has no time for is dissidents. Can we be honest with that? Like the one thing that I don't give a fuck what color you are. I give a fuck what color you are. Because before everybody was talking about BLM marches, the U.S. government had no problem killing white children. Babies, pregnant women gave no fucks.
Not a one. And the thing is that people in Texas are like, but we're Americans. No, you're not. Remember, you seceded. You left.
Yeah, no. You can look.
And this was my favorite part. I saw this screenshot from somebody on Facebook with like Texas secessionists. They're like, hey, if we leave the union, we still gonna get our social security checks. What?
Print your own money.
What? No. And then someone actually wrote an article about it, Jason. Say Texas does leave. Do they still get federal benefits? And all these legal scholars come out and are like, it's going to be a rough legal fight because technically they're entitled to that money because they paid into it. But like, it's like, no, dude, they literally left. The U.S. government's going to be like, all right, cool. We're going to cut your shit off and then bomb the shit out of you after we shut off your internet, shut off your power, make sure we strangle, like we embargo your entire country, And they're like, but we're going to have an army because the army units, the army base is here. They're going to go with us. No, they fucking won't. No, they won't. Oh, It's
like, someone said in the chat, like the point of force is to get enough of a mass movement that the Fed boys refuse to shoot you. I get it. You want that to happen, but there's a reason why those platoons of people that come into the city aren't from the area. Because that actually happened at one point in time where people are like, I don't want to shoot my own. This is fucked up. Watch the footage of 91 in Los Angeles. By the time they bring the reserves in, there's reserve troops that are like, this is so weird. They keep going, this is weird. This is weird. I don't like this. This is so fucking crazy. These are our own citizens. This is weird. This is weird. Yeah, you want to get to that point where the military goes, no. Can you get to that point? I don't know. There's a huge disconnect.
Yeah, and let's face it, the fact of the matter is reserve and National Guard units are not trained for that. They're not trained for riot control. So of course they're going to feel uncomfortable doing it. And like you said, how do you get to that point?
Yeah.
Especially with how stratified our political situation is now. It's you're going to have soldiers that are like, hell yeah, let's get them. Like
oh, JC, I'm sorry, I'm responding to you without reading your comment, JC, but I just wanted to throw that out there. So I'm sorry if it sounded like I was ragging on you, because and Kush looks at that works better in smaller countries, and it has worked in smaller countries where soldiers are like, I'm not going to shoot my cousin, I'm not going to shoot my brother, I'm going to shoot my countryman. This is fucked up. This is wrong. In the United States, if the Fed doesn't do it, they'll leave it to the law enforcement to do, and they give no fucks.
Oh, not
Ask
one.
the Panthers, right? Ask Philadelphia to move, but that's the police that does that to those people.
We've seen that they don't give a fuck because I don't know if you saw last week, the Uvalde investigation just wrapped up, and guess who was at fault? Nobody.
It was nobody.
Nobody was at fault.
Didn't the cop come in there first?
Nobody was at fault. Cops investigated other cops. They found out that there were over 300 law enforcement,
No.
various state,
No.
municipal, and city levels that were on site, and
No.
nobody went up inside. And they said no one's
No.
at fault for the murders.
No.
Mhm.
Those people are going to lose their shit.
It's already started.
Oh. I don't want to lose on a sad note, because tomorrow Pascal is going to be here with Paul McComb talking about Haiti, which will be quite
Ugh.
depressing.
That when I've got a soft spot in my heart for Haiti, because like I had a lot of Haitian soldiers. Because like in the infantry, it's very lily white, and I became the guy that my squad, like the last 5 years I was in, dude. Out of 8 people in my squad, 6 of them would be black, and they would just consolidate them all in my squad.
He likes the colors.
Yeah, and honestly, that went into a lot of the thinking, But I like at one point I had a whole fire team that was Haitian, right? And so like I learned a lot about Haiti. I went to Haiti in 2011 just for a trip, and fell in love with it. Like it was a beautiful country, and the people were fucking amazing. But like seeing what's happened, and we're not even just talking about in the last few years. Let's just go when the 82nd Airborne was getting ready to jump into Haiti in 96, and they had a guy in the door getting ready to exit, and Clinton called him and was like, don't do it. And instead you had the UN forces land, and the US ran roughshod over the caretaker government that was there, that was like, listen, we need experts down there to show us how to actually farm the land we have here, like to do it properly so we can get land yields back so we can feed people. And they're like, no, what we're going to do is turn you into a beggar nation, and you're going to be dependent on UN food services, which I don't, if anybody's been plugged into the political situation in Haiti since 96, it's only gotten progressively worse. And people fucking fail to realize that it's that way because the United States likes to stick its dick into the Caribbean Kool-Aid and interfere with every one of those nations, sovereignty.
Because they know how.
Yeah. I mean, nothing. Baseball is not America's pastime. It's fucking with our neighbors to the south.
Oh, dude, they know how. There's a reason why, again, if you've watched this show and you've seen my co-host Pascal Robert get very passionately upset, and and I'm hoping this doesn't set him off. I talked to him the other day. He seemed pretty good about it, but I've seen him get like real fucking angry, and I don't know how this talk with Paul is going to go, because I'm seeing more and more Haitians even coming here to Mexico. And I was talking to Pascal about it. He goes, dude, they love it there way better than what Haiti is right now.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about where I'm at. I'm talking about like the TJ, which is definitely not where I'm at. So I don't know. It should be a great episode. I'm excited for it. It's Pascal and Paul McComb.
Yeah.
Two extremely knowledgeable people, and they're both Haitian. So
I will be watching, because that's what I do. I go to the gym and I turn it on, and I'm like, my rage will fuel my workout, or my laughter will interfere with my workout. So it just depends.
This is the end. This is the end. So remember, it's a cross between a Rocky and a Staying Alive. As long as you have like those two things playing in your head as you're doing your workout, you can
good to go. And I'm just thinking I'm just gonna belt Kale right in the chest in a couple of years. Just oh man.
Yes, right, Virtuoso said it all. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat that on air. But thank you guys for hanging out with us for 4.5 hours.
Just
fuck me. I hope this episode downloads.
Pure unadulterated shenanigans, everybody.
Oh my god. If anyone listens to this audio podcast, you're the real MVP.
Yeah. It's gonna be someone's gonna hit us up on Twitter like, guys, really, we love you, but not again.
4.5 hours? What is this? Twitch? You're not Marcus.
And Marcus
does shit like that. He does like 4.5 hours. He's got games he plays with people and all this other goofy shit.
Yeah, but he's got it down to a science now, man.
Well, he has to.
Well, yeah, considering I only see him running solo now, and I'm like, where's everybody else?
Yeah, I think I believe it's just him. Oh, yeah. I wanted to play this. I wanted to play this for you. Wait, was it this clip I wanted to play for you?
Is it Pog Appreciator Dr. King again?
No, I can't, dude. I'm gonna get one day. Of all the things that I've done in my life, that when people say like, "Hey, I remember you from the thing," and I get all excited, I don't know how I'm gonna feel when someone comes up to me and does like a MLK impersonation. I'm like, oh.
See, the thing is, we kind of have to go with King and Malcolm because we can't really use Huey for it because he was totally into fat ass white women. And he wasn't quiet about it.
I feel so bad. There's part of me that actually feels like really bad. And the other part's like, you'll be fine.
We're allowed to laugh. We're allowed to make fun of things. There are no sacred cows in our neck of leftism. Okay, like there's none.
Oh, you know what I did see? Our favorite rapper has a new song.
Oh God. Do you have it queued? Like, do you have it? Because that would be a good thing to leave on.
Okay, you said it. I was waiting for you to say it. It was either going to be our favorite rapper, new song. Oh, sorry, our favorite rapper with a new song, or this dude talking about how Satanists tried to fucking rob him and rape him.
Ooh, go with that. Go with
Satanist?
that. Okay. Go with the Satanist. That's
okay.
Apparently being raped and robbed.
It's like he goes off on this weird fucking tangent. I was like, there's no way. First of all, a Satanist broke in your house. Like, that's not true. And they had knives. They wanted to. I was like, that never happened. You're a liar. You're a liar, sir, from 1987.
Yeah, listen, I watched the show Lucifer, and like, that guy was hot. He wasn't gonna like hook up with some random dude. You better look like Jason if you're gonna be accosted by Lucifer. Okay?
This guy looks like this guy.
Oh God.
When I saw this caption and I saw this guy's face, I was like, guess who's watching this video?
Let's do it.
His name rhymes with Mason.
I had one guy 2 weeks ago try to take my life with a knife. You know, this guy comes to my house. He's a Satanist from one of the Satanist churches here where they sacrifice babies and melt those babies into candles, their skin.
What? How do you know this? How does this go on without anybody saying anything?
That's not how science works there, bro.
That's also not how freedom of religion works.
Is that Dana Carvey? I think that is, Joey. I think that is Dana Carvey.
He looks like Glenn Beck. This is Glenn Beck before he got the job. This is how they do it. This is the guy.
Oh, this was, you know what? This was Glenn Beck's audition tape for The Blaze.
Maybe this is the clip I cut. Glenn Beck's audition tape for The Blaze. Listen, he's not done yet.
And that's supposed to give them more demonic power. And these Satanists came to my house, 5 of them, and threatened my life.
They were all oiled up, dressed like police officers. They started throwing off their clothes, gyrating.
They looked like Chippendales with knives.
They were chiseled. Satan chisels their abs
with his demonic powers. Wow. Actually, Jason, I don't know if you know this. TNA's production value has dropped. I think this is a promo from the last paper.
Listen.
I had one guy 2 weeks ago try to take my life with a knife. You know, this guy comes to my...
Well, I guess it's a real, yeah. I guess he stops at oiled up Chippendales. But, dude, I saw that and I was like, this man is awesome. If Rush Limbaugh and Glenn Beck had a child born,
From
raw boo boo. It was boo boo, raw boo boo.
Raw Boo Boo.
I invested in a shorts AI cutting thing, and I figured out how to make it work for us physically. And I put in the clip of me and Bert Cooper and Jason England and Pascal and Toussaint roasting that guy David Lucas.
Oh God, that was
And-
that was painful. That was so painful to watch. I watched that, and I just the shit that comes out of his mouth. I don't know how the host didn't just like ball up his fist and hit him. Like,
and punch him in the face when he was
Yes.
like, he said some rude shit to him, like, "You don't seem to be a good husband because I don't see a wedding ring." I was like, wow, what a piece of shit.
Mind your fucking business.
Yeah, but so it cuts these little shorts, right, for YouTube or whatever, and it cut the short where he does the right is right and wrong is wrong. You know what the Bible say? I'm like, no, I don't. The Bible's a big, thick book that says all kind of creepy shit.
And the print's really small. I'm not interested. Okay. Like,
So Bert wants me to now. You get a sound drop of that dude going, right is right and wrong is wrong.
you should in a serious interview when they say something stupid, you just hit it. Just drop it. And then watch the guest go, what? Are you
Because
telling
I don't know if I want that more or boo boo. Raw boo boo.
Raw Boo Boo. Actually,
The whole
you should do both. And when they say something stupid that's like really out of pocket, you just boo boo. Raw Boo Boo.
Dude, I think I'm not on the show tomorrow. I actually get a day off. If I'm actually off, I'm going to make some new drops. I'm going to add some drops because this is my new favorite.
No, my brother.
Whoops, not that one. Where'd it go? Sorry.
Because I nut quick.
I think that's so funny.
That
I
was a running joke in my platoon about having a weak neck. That was the most rude thing you could say to somebody. Right? Like somebody started dating this like really ugly woman, and like guys were just lighting into him like, how you gonna bring that around? You know, da 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 da. And then my boy Jason he just turns and looks, and he was quiet. He's a quiet dude. And he just goes, "You did it because you got a weak neck." And Danny's just like, he's from like fucking Boston. He's like, "Oh, you gonna fucking tell me I got a weak fucking neck? Does this look fucking weak to you? Fuck you, dude." You know.
And you're like, well, now.
I'm just gonna let you guys know when something stupid happens at Father Jonathan's. I'm just gonna go boo boo, raw boo.
Raw boo boo. Devil's advocate is a good bite. Yeah. Can I play devil's advocate for a second? I wish that it wasn't like if you could see how small this desk is. When I had this ingenious idea of getting the smallest desk ever. I have to like change banks and shit like that, but I have enough room to throw some more stuff. So if you guys have any more ideas of sound drops that you think that we need for this show, it looks like I will actually be having a day off to catch up on some other work tomorrow. So write in the comments what Jason's tiny desk. Speaking of tiny desk, real quick, I'm not a fan of 311. You might be. I'm not going to shit on them.
I am.
I'm just not a fan. I don't hate them. I'm like, oh, 311. Oh, I'm just like, nah, it's not. I get it. I know what the color energy is. Thank you.
It's black, like this empty space in my
like
soul.
So, they did a tiny desk concert, and I don't know how I feel about it.
I'll have to check that out. I've seen a couple of them that were like really good, and other ones where I'm just like, why did you do that?
I saw some really good tiny desk stuff. There's, those dudes to me will forever be like late 20s, early 30-year-old musicians from the 90s. So the fact that they had the audacity to age.
Yeah. Well, are you ready to feel we can end it on this? This is actually a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Bradley Nowell died 25 years ago, the lead singer of Sublime.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the band members had a extensive legal fight with the estate, and they started touring under Sublime with Rome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they canceled all their concerts last week. The band, Bud and the other surviving members of Sublime said, we are no longer touring with Rome.
You got the son.
Because we are touring with Bradley Noel's son, who is becoming the new front man for Sublime. And I think that is pretty fucking rad. And I am going to go see them when they come to Raleigh. So
buckle up. I've heard some stories.
Oh, I know. I remember seeing them literally kick amps in a drum set out of a van in a park in Sacramento. And they just start playing. And then I remember paying $6.50 to see them at the fucking dive bar in Cleveland.
Wow. So
yeah.
You saw them. Okay. You saw them. First of all, you saw them. They were never that big. They were never big while he was alive. That all happened.
You got to think that self-titled album didn't
did nothing.
Well, it went big after he passed, but Stand By Your Van was good. 40 Ounces to Freedom was an amazing album, but it was just a different sound. It wasn't ska, it wasn't punk, it wasn't rock, it was Sublime. And people didn't know how to kind of pigeonhole it. So they threw it under alt rock, at the same time of the grunge
90s
movement.
The 90s were an interesting time because you get a lot of these revival things of big band music and swing jazz.
You are absolutely fucking correct. And I had a zoot suit. I did not give
I'm not look, I'm not shitting on that music or that era. I'm just saying that the 90s is a time for that stuff.
Well, I expect you to give me shit for that because I only knew 2 Squirrel Nut Zipper songs, 1 Brian Setzer Orchestra Strong, and I spent.
First of all, Brian Setzer is a badass guitarist, and
Yes.
I love the Stray Cats when they hit. Because when my parents were together, they had MTV, and I was locked in whatever was playing.
But I had no business spending $250 on a zoot suit so I could learn how to swing dance. And after one lesson, I was like, nah, there's too much throwing people. I don't want to do.
You were like, dude, you're like John Favreau in swing.
Favreau, yeah. If Heather Graham would have been there, I probably would have stayed with it.
You know what's stuck? You know what's really sucks right now? In my head, I hear jump, jive, and then you get it. That's stuck in my head right now. Jesus Christ. Look, we've been talking about ending the show for 2.5 hours.
Yes,
let's end the show because literally I know it's going to happen. I think I'm going to have a day off tomorrow and I'm going to get a phone call. I'm like, oh, hi guys.
Yeah, and then Dr. Claus got surgery here in about 15 minutes, so we got to wrap it up.
Thank you guys so much. Pascal will be here tomorrow with Paul McComb and hopefully in Toussaint. They'll be having a very sobering discussion on the political situation in Haiti. And then we'll be ending the week where Conan Neutron and I will be talking about the year in music 1979.
Ooh.
What a year. Do you see what Kushlik wrote on the bottom of the screen? Oh, fuck that guy. Dude.
Hey, good luck in surgery, Dr. Claw. Kush, always great having you in chat. Everybody, thank you so much. You're rad as fuck. Joey, take good care of that woman.
Joey, we know what you look like now. We know what your girlfriend looks like. And tell your girlfriend she does not want this smoke. Okay?
No.
She doesn't want it. She does not want it.
No, she doesn't. We will torpedo the shit. We will do it.
We already went over fucking.
Jesus Christ, there's so much wrong with us.
Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you soon.
Night, everybody.